Well. The Cowboys signed someone else. Just when I was asking the question, are the Cowboys signing someone else? And I didn't know if they were going to sign anyone else. I came up with this earlier today, and they signed someone else while I was working on some stuff. The Cowboys have signed someone else, and this someone else is not popular. And some of the people are losing their minds. But again, we got a pretty good show planned for the day. Pretty good show planned for the day. The topics for the day. And there is one extra on there that I don't have on here, but it will be as we get further down. But there is about 6 topics planned for the day. Today we're going to talk about one Paris Campbell. I mean, we have to. I mean, we really don't have a choice. I mean, we have to talk about one Paris Campbell. Because people are killing this particular pick. They're killing it because it's not what they want, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, this deserves some discussion. I've been seeing a lot of chit chatter on X about one Keenan Allen. I've chimed in somewhat today on it. I've chimed in a little bit on it today, but I'm going to chime in on it some more this afternoon for a little while. Probably go for about 2 hours, somewhere in there. We're also going to talk about Michael Gallup. I kind of found out some new stuff about Michael Gallup I want to bring up. No one's talking about it, but I do want to talk about Michael Gallup. We're also going to talk about Brian Broaddus. They released something today on 105.3 The Fan. I want us to look at that video. And then we're going to talk about free agents that are left and anything else that may come up. I mean, maybe if there's a new video on DallasCowboys.com, we may watch that together. But this is kind of the way we're going to go today. Lot to talk about. Lot to talk about. So again, appreciate y'all rocking with me. Man, Cowboy content creators, man, they be busy. I try to get in where I can fit in because I know some of y'all watch other shows too. So I try to get in where I fit in. But at the same time, I guess I got to get in. And whether we have 10 or 10,000 to this evening, we're going to talk about the Cowboys. So again, that's our topics for the day. We're at the 3-minute mark. Let's go ahead and get a roll call in. We're going to get a roll call in, and then we're going to get started on our topics. Let's go. Again, welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you haven't already, please like this channel, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Yeah, become a member if you already haven't. You are rocking with one of God's own. Amen. Let's see who's in the congregation. Aggie Pride, good to see you back. Aggie Pride, they've already signed somebody else. Yes, sir, they've already signed somebody else. Or I should say yes, sir, yes, ma'am, I don't know for sure. But they've already signed someone else. Paris Campbell, we're going to talk about it. Skull Unknown, what's going on? He said best free agency left that helps Dak is Keenan Allen. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Lord Nova, what's up? Daniel, 1995, what's going on? Daniel, 1995. We're going to make some sense of this thing with Paris. We'll make some sense of it. It may not make sense, but we're going to make some sense of it. John Jones, what's going on? Welcome to the congregation. Timothy Govin, what's up? Yeah, I'm going to see what I can do, man. I appreciate you. We're going to see what we do. Jason Lewis, what up? Paris Campbell. We're going to talk about this move right here. I think you're right on, though, what's up, what you're saying, a camp move. Top Gunner, what's going on? Yes, sir. I said the same thing on X today. Calm down. Calm down. Yes, sir. Top Gunner, you're echoing something I'm about to talk about. The show. Craig English in the crib. My man Azteca in the crib. Tober is a legit number 3. Stop trying to make him a number 2, Jerry. For sure. But Azteca, we're going to make it even more sense. in a minute. Joe, what's going on? Y'all really love y'all really want Keenan Allen, don't you? Boy, I'm about to break your heart on Keenan Allen. Zaire, what's going on? Hoodie Kush, 81, what's going on? Yep. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna hurt some feelings, but we gotta be honest about Keenan Allen. Yes, sir. Gotta keep going, man. Gotta keep grinding. John Jones in here. What's up? Jared, what's up? You see the video? I dropped the Dak Prescott video, man. Got a pretty good response from it. Still going. Kenny Strode, what's going on? LaQueen, what's going on? Good to see you. David Everett in the crib, in the congregation. Sean Brown, what's up? Lee Jackson, what's up? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I love it. Rock and Roll Riley, what's going on? KC in the Sunshine Band, what's up? What's going on? KC, it's like Blue Magic. The content like Blue Magic. It speaks for itself. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Lock you in. June Lay, what's going on? We signed Paris Campbell. We about to make some sense of it in just a moment. Carlos Phillips. Plano Hall, what's going on? Bleeding Blue. I hope you're not bleeding, but I'm glad you're bleeding blue. Yeah, we rolling. We definitely rolling. My girl Brandy in here, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Dominique, what's up? Big Cloud. Mike McCain in the crib, what's going on? Chidobe Awuzie just released. Hey, man, the Cowboys gonna keep working. They're gonna keep working. Genetically modified innovations, what's going on? They're cheap right now, but I'm gonna explain some stuff about this in just a moment. My man D Block, I don't know if he's in here. He said, but the Cowboys would love me. D Block said the Cowboys need to employ me. Scott, what's going on? Pure Gaming, what's up? Yep, the draft is going to tell us everything, and I think this is actually telling us everything about the draft. Blue Star, what's up, man? Yep. He said trying to start purchasing Cowboys apparel once again. Yes, sir. I'm already getting mine built up, for sure. Yes. All right. Sorv69, what's up? Tim Powell, what's up? Again, Carlos Phillips, what's up? My man, Jigga Man, what's up? What's up? All right. Let's get started. Let's go to our first topic for the day. All right, guys, let's try to make some sense out of Paris Campbell. Let us try and make some sense out of Paris Campbell. And we'll watch a little bit of film on Paris Campbell. But let's get the long story short first. Long story short. Paris Campbell is not the number 2 receiver. I know this may not be news to anyone. Paris Campbell is not the number 2 receiver. I want you to look at Paris Campbell in a different light. I want you to look at Paris Campbell in the light of this. Is Paris Campbell an upgrade over Jalen Brooks? Without even looking at Paris Campbell, even though I've looked at some of his tape already, Paris Campbell is an upgrade over Jalen Brooks. And I'm going to tell you something that the Cowboys are sneakily doing. And I absolutely love this. Y'all just watch all of this. It all makes sense. So the Cowboys last year made crucial mistakes with their chemistry. Micah Parsons was not in the first, I think it was the voluntary camps. CeeDee Lamb was in none of the camps. And we didn't even bring in any free agents to be in the camps. And so what happened is we got to the season and we started getting people acclimated. CeeDee Lamb didn't come to August. We didn't get Dak Prescott signed until the morning of the first game. Mike Zimmer's defense is not acclimated. The people don't get it. So one of the things the Cowboys are doing that is sneakily clever, everybody who you could possibly want in the training camps, get them now. Don't wait in the preseason. Get them now. You get everybody you could possibly think could be an option for you. Get them now. These players the Cowboys are signing, understand something. They're giving up like $1 million for these players. While $1 million is a whole lot for me, for the Cowboys, giving up $1 million to take a chance on one Paris Campbell, for them, that's not a big gamble. Because if he takes the place of one Jalen Brooks, well, we already got an upgrade in my eyes. We already got an upgrade in my eyes. Now, I was looking at some stuff on Jalen Brooks. He's another one of these kids. When he came out, big deal. And I told y'all, and I'm going to tell you, if no one else is telling you, I'm telling you about the NFL. The NFL will eat you up and spit you out. If you're not a top 5 pick, if you're not a top 10 pick, I mean, you better be in that upper echelon to get that extended chance. But we have watched this league eat players alive, spit them out, only for those players to come back a couple of years later, and all of a sudden we're saying, this guy wasn't that bad after all. Case in point, I got 2 of the greatest points, and you might not accept the second one, but I'm going to tell you the second one. And he was ate up by this league and almost spit out. Number 1, Sam Darnold. Anybody see what's happening with Sam Darnold? This league ate Sam Darnold up. And Sam Darnold, man, I'm telling you, if I was a quarterback coming out of college and I'm a top-rated quarterback, bro, I'm sorry. Hey, man, there are just some teams that I would just fight not to go to. New York Jets. Good luck, Justin Fields. New York Jets. Cleveland Browns. Chicago Bears. Carolina Panthers. Those 4 teams. I'll pass. I don't want to go to those 4 teams. They're quarterback killers. Those teams are quarterback killers. Think about the quarterbacks of the Cleveland Browns. I mean, who's been good with the Cleveland Browns? Who? Since Testaverde and Kozar. I mean, who has had? And they have had some good draft picks in there. Who's been good? No, thank you. Carolina Panthers? No, thank you. This league eats you up and spits you out. And look what's happened to Sam Darnold. All of a sudden, Sam Darnold, hot commodity. Was he trash, or did he go to the wrong team in the beginning, or did that team expect too much from Sam Darnold? Man, to carry the Jets franchise, man, let me tell y'all something. Aaron Rodgers might not be as bad as we think he is. I'm going to give you the second player. Y'all might not agree with me. I'm going to give you the second player. This league tried to eat up and spit out. Saquon Barkley. This league tried to eat up Saquon Barkley and spit him out. Now remember what I told you, how this league eats you alive. It doesn't have to be your performance. Maybe you get an injury that impedes your performance or your progress. And this league will put pressure on you because the draft comes up every year. Every year, the draft is coming. The draft is coming. Somebody younger, somebody hungrier. Maybe there's a player that wants a second chance. And if an injury impedes your progress, let me tell you something. Your best availability. I'm sorry, let me get a drink. Your best ability is availability. And if you lose your availability, this league will eat you up and spit you out. It will eat you up and spit you out. And so look at what we're seeing with Saquon Barkley. You guys can probably name other players like this. Mountain Valley Spring Water, one of the best spring waters you can get. Free plug for them. I'm telling you. Paris Campbell. I want you to look at this. Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell, coming out of college. Dude was a second-round pick. He was the 27th pick. And not only was the 27th pick, y'all, follow this. This guy ran a 4.31 40. You still don't understand why the Cowboys are like, hey, let's at least take a flyer on this guy. Let's take a flyer on him. Let's put him in the competition. The Cowboys are sneakily doing something that I have not seen them do for years. Competition in training camp. Okay, y'all tell me this. How many training camps have we watched where we already knew the depth chart? Tell me the season over the last 5 seasons. Tell me the season that you didn't already know the depth chart. Tell me the season. I can't remember a season that I didn't know the depth chart. Because we love our guys. We have let our draft picks take precedent sometimes over common sense. Now, some people may be upset because this year, what have we done differently? We've let a couple of them draft picks go. And some people are mad that a couple of people got away from us. People are mad about Jordan Lewis. He got away from us. But deservedly so. The Cowboys should have did a little bit better about Jordan Lewis. We let Rico Dowdle walk out the door, only to bring in 2 new guys, and everyone's questioning, wait a minute, hold on a second. Let me help you out. Even those 2 running backs, do not count on both of them being here at the training camp. Do not count on both of them being here. The Cowboys are doing what you should do when you want to create a championship team. And the one way you create championship teams is you create inside of your own team. You create competition. Now, this is no different than the 90s Cowboys. Follow what I'm telling you. There are certain players you're not necessarily bringing in competition for. Even though, hey, man, let me tell you, man, hey, Jimmy Johnson like to cause a real stink with this Steve Berline, Troy Aikman thing. And Jerry was like, no, we're not creating no competition like that for Troy Aikman. He's our man. Have y'all noticed what Jerry has done with Dak Prescott? Dak's our quarterback. There's no competition there. CeeDee Lamb. Let me help these Twitter folk. Twitter is a strange universe. Let me help the Twitter people. One of the things we have to understand, we keep saying we need a veteran presence. Everyone keeps saying we need a veteran presence. Have we ever considered that Jerry Jones already thinks he has a veteran presence? Do y'all not realize what Jerry Jones paid CeeDee Lamb? I'm just telling you, Jerry is saying something. I'm not bringing in Devontae Adams. I got CeeDee Lamb. I'm not bringing in Devontae Adams. You can be mad about that, or you can get mad, get glad with a heavyweight trash bag. But I'm just telling you how Jerry thinks. Why am I bringing in Devontae Adams and I got CeeDee Lamb? I don't need a number one, which I'm gonna tell you this. Don't get me to lying to you. I wouldn't have minded having Devontae Adams, but then I got to question. What would that be like for CeeDee Lamb? What would life be like for CeeDee Lamb? Jerry is saying that's not what my goal is. CD is my man. And if there's going to be a veteran presence, and a lot of people don't like this, if there's going to be a veteran presence in the wide receiver locker room, so you're telling me CeeDee Lamb is not a veteran? Well, what is CeeDee Lamb? Because if CeeDee Lamb is not good enough to be the head of our wide receiver room, what in the world are we signing for? What do we sign CeeDee Lamb for? I hear everybody, yeah, we need a veteran wide receiver. We have one. Do y'all realize we have an all-pro wide receiver? All-pro, Pro Bowl wide receiver. You do know Jerry asked him to take the number 88, right? We do know what the number 88 means. When you wear 88 as a wide receiver on this team, it's saying something. And we've had a hiccup here or there. But for the most part, the 88s have been crazy. Have we ever thought that Jerry is saying, CeeDee Lamb is my man. I don't need a veteran presence. I know no one wants to hear what I'm telling you. Jerry Jones sees CeeDee Lamb in a different light than we do. I don't know how y'all see CeeDee Lamb. Y'all tell me in the chat. I'm just telling you. Jerry sees CeeDee Lamb as the man, and I'm not bringing in anybody that's going to challenge the man. This is what I paid him for. I'm not paying CeeDee Lamb $30 million a year and bringing in DK Metcalf making $30 million a year. Would I have liked it? Yes. But what does it look like? You let Amari Cooper go. You told CeeDee Lamb, you're the man now. You're the man. You're the wide receiver. You're the man on this team. You are the lead wide receiver. To only bring in another lead wide receiver? I told y'all before, and I'm going to tell you again, and it doesn't matter to me who likes it or dislike it. I just don't think Devontae Adams is walking into your locker room. CeeDee Lamb, you the number one receiver, bro. I'm number two. I'm just here to help. Nah, Devontae Adams don't walk in like that. And matter of fact, I don't even pick up Devontae Adams to walk in like that. I don't even want Devontae Adams if he walks in saying and placating to CeeDee Lamb saying, yeah, man, you're the number one wide receiver. I'm not bringing in Devontae Adams today. Excuse me, I'm not doing it. But the Cowboys, whether we are facing it or not, the Cowboys are creating an atmosphere of competition. And the one thing they want to do, they have taken a page out of the book of one Mike McCarthy. Y'all might not remember one of the press conferences where Mike McCarthy got onto the Joneses. But one of the things that he said, and he obliterated them, he said, everyone who you are going to have on the 53-man roster, they all need to be on the team by the close of free agency. Everybody. Everybody who you are considering to be on the team, they all need to be in camp. Now, the Dallas Cowboys, some of y'all may know this already, but the Dallas Cowboys, because they have a brand new coach, I didn't know this until I was looking at DallasCowboys.com, and they've been updating us on some dates and stuff. And one of the dates that they updated us on, and I didn't even know this to be a thing, But any team, let me see if I can read it to you. And maybe I can't read it to you, but updates. In case I can't read it, I'm gonna summarize it for you. Since the Cowboys have a new coach, some of you already know this, they get to start earlier than the teams who already have their coach. They get to start earlier. So the Cowboys want to make sure that, unlike last year, do y'all know why last year was so discombobulated? We didn't hit the ground running. We were tripping all over ourselves last year. We were tripping. What do you think camp is like without CeeDee Lamb? What do you think camp is like? He's the number one wide receiver, and he's not in camp. The Cowboys are trying to make sure that everyone who could possibly be a contributor to this team, they're in training camp. The Cowboys are creating competition. We haven't seen nothing yet. There will be more people coming into the Dallas Cowboys training camp. One of my favorite things, a lot of people love the draft. I love the draft too. You know what I really get excited about? The first thing I look for is, as soon as the draft is over, who are the undrafted free agents the Dallas Cowboys pick up? Because you can really win the draft in undrafted free agents too. Finding those players that nobody wanted. Bringing them on their team and letting them make a difference, whatever the case may be. But I'm telling us what the Cowboys is doing with this whole Paris Campbell. And I don't understand, social media to me is a place where people sometimes are emotionally unhinged and just say immediately what comes to their mind the moment something is announced. Even I have been guilty of this on a couple of occasions. One of the things I try to do is have emotional intelligence. And I had an incident here a while back, got my mind back together, because you have to be careful reading people's thoughts and reading everything people are saying, because sometimes it'll make you lose focus of what's really being said. Social media is one of them places where everybody goes to venting. Everybody's venting on the Cowboys. We wanted Keenan Allen, and you give us Paris Campbell. Well, who said who said we're not going to get Keenan Allen? I mean, who said they're not looking at Keenan Allen? I'm going to get to Keenan Allen in a moment. But I'm telling us, when it comes to Paris Campbell, let's calm down. Just calm down. Who said that they're getting him instead of Keenan Allen? Who said that? So we don't think the Cowboys know they need a number 2 wide receiver. They know that too. This is not about a number 2 wide receiver. It's not. The Cowboys are getting these. They've already gotten 3 former number 1 picks. Again, let me show you this guy. He is a former number 2 pick. And the Cowboys are holding this in high regard. Round 2, pick 27. No harm, no foul. Probably paying him a box of Cracker Jacks with a prize inside. The Cowboys are probably saying, man, if he don't turn out, okay, $1 million guaranteed. It's not that it don't hurt us, but it don't hurt us in the grand scheme of things. Let's see what he got. That's all the Cowboys are saying. Let's see what he got. We don't have to make it into anything more or anything less. But again, when you start talking about Paris Campbell, this dude, guys, when I tell you, this dude coming out of college, though, he went to the Ohio State. I mean, it's not like he's a nobody. He went to the Ohio State, and they're basically saying something. Let's see what he is. Let's see what he is. That's all they're saying. Let's see what he is. And so if they're saying let's see what he is, Let's see what he is. We got to understand something. I know the Cowboys are kind of tripping because the Cowboys are doing some stuff we hadn't seen them do before. They're active. they're active. So we're happy about them being active. So now we want the next step. Okay, you're being active. So now we want you to actively get the people that we want to select. We want you to be selective. We want you to be selectively aggressive. And we want to pick who you selectively, aggressively get. We want to pick it. Oh, I would love to pick it. Right now, I got about 4 players. I got about 4 players I want to hear right now. I'd love to see Aziz. I talked about it. Calais Campbell, I'd like to see it. Amari Cooper, I'd like to see it. Asante Samuel Jr., top of my list. I'm not like, why we haven't brought Asante Samuel in yet? But I do think there are other factors that play into this stuff, and we have to consider that stuff too. I think sometimes we're just thinking the Cowboys are sitting back saying, these people are just sitting out there and they're just not getting them. This is a football business. And I'm going to talk about that football business when I start talking about Keenan Allen. But this is a football business. And I think there's another part of the business because people keep saying, oh, the Cowboys got $40 million in cap space left. They can still do a whole lot. Okay, hold on a second. We got to understand, you still got draft picks to sign. You're still going to have to sign them. So stop saying you have $20 million. Some people don't understand the business of football. Stop saying you have $20 million because you still have to sign some other players. So what do you do when you go into free agency? You go in broke? I'm going to get to that in a moment. I got another part about the football business I'm going to tell you about. But again, I'm just telling you what the Cowboys are doing with Paris Campbell. They're kicking the tires on him. He's a 4'3", 140 wide receiver. He's from the Ohio State. He's been to the Philadelphia Eagles. He was with the Indianapolis Colts. They want to see is if maybe he got lost in the depth chart, and the Cowboys are saying, all we want to do, everybody calm down. The Cowboys are just saying, all we want to do is kick the tires. All we want to do is kick the tires. We're not trying to throw away the team. We just want to kick the tires, right? All right. So let's watch a little film on Campbell. Now, what I want to show you is why everybody was tripping on him when he came out of college. Ohio State 2018 highlights. Hey, let me tell you something. This dude didn't look too bad. Let's check him out. And I'll put some of my own music on so I won't get the copyright strike, and maybe I'll still get it because I've been getting some on these videos. But I can always go back and take it out. But again, let's check him out. Paris Campbell. Mm. 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 Speed kills. Speed kills, man. Yeah, got speed on it. You got some speed on him, I'm telling you. Speed kills. Speed kills. Speed kills. Y'all see why the Cowboys picked him up? Now, the question is, has he gotten lost in the sauce in the pros? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Because another thing that people do not understand about the pros that you can't discount, because I know people who have actually went pro. I'm just telling y'all, man, and some of y'all out there have probably played football on the college level, and some of you may have been blessed to go to the pros. Man, I don't think y'all understand how talented these guys are in the pro game. My friend got a tryout, and I'm going to do a super chat. Had a friend of mine, extremely good in high school, extremely good in college. Wound up going to the San Diego Chargers. Had a friend that got him a tryout on the San Diego Chargers. And he told me, he said, George, he said, man, you got to understand. He said, George, even the third stringers are good. He said, people do not understand how good these pro players are. What we're watching when we're watching the pecking order, you better understand that even the third string guy will run circles around you and anybody on the streets. When you're watching the first string guy, man, you got to understand how good he is. But sometimes the third string guy, he may not be that much better than the third string guy, but he's better. Maybe his technique is better. Maybe that person's making more money. There's various things. But at the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about talent, though, the things that separate players talent-wise, there are some the gap is huge, and there are some the gap is small. And so you start questioning yourself when you talk about these players. The question is, why hasn't he risen to the top yet? Just like Jonathan Mingo. The question on Jonathan Mingo, why hasn't he risen to the top? And I love what the Cowboys are doing. The Cowboys are giving some players an opportunity to rise to the top. Okay, you didn't get a chance to rise to the top there. Guess what? If there's a place that you can rise to the top, it's the Dallas Cowboys. The number 2 and 3. I'm saying the 2 and the 3. We're talking about we need a 2. I'm just going to keep it real with us. Somebody got to keep it a buck. We're settling on Jalen Tolbert. We're settling on Jalen Tolbert. When we use language like, he's good enough to be a third. Okay, you mean he's good enough to be a third? Oh, he's not good enough to be a 2. Man, you want your 3 to actually be good enough to be a 2 and a potential 1. And that there are very small things separating them. Jalen Tolbert is so inconsistent. I said it last season. Jalen Tolbert was the most important wide receiver the Cowboys had going into the season. He had an opportunity to prove that I'm a bona fide number 2. Too much for him. Because the pressure of being a number 2 is that some games you have to be a number 1. It doesn't require you to be a Devontae Adams, because I'm telling you, boy, Devontae Adams is a number 1, period, in the story. But it does require that receiver to be a number 1 sometimes. Maybe he's on the verge of being a number one, but he's not quite there yet. Y'all remember CeeDee Lamb? I got news for us. When Amari Cooper was here, CeeDee Lamb was not a number one receiver. He wasn't ready yet. He got ready when, man, let me tell you, when Amari Cooper came in, he changed CeeDee Lamb's game too. Amari Cooper showed CeeDee Lamb like, man, this dude is good. Big, fast, strong, route runner, serious about his game. Those kind of guys will make you develop a little faster. But CeeDee Lamb was not a number one. CeeDee Lamb was not a number one at first. But I think we've watched CeeDee Lamb evolve now into a bona fide number one. Because I remember when they got CeeDee Lamb, a lot of people were saying CeeDee Lamb wasn't a number one wide receiver. A lot of people were making that argument. And some people won't make it now, but they were making the argument that CeeDee Lamb was a number two wide receiver. He's a bona fide number one in my book now. CeeDee Lamb top three, no less than top five. I think he's top three. And so the Cowboys are presenting opportunities for wide receivers to come in here. Jalen Tolbert, I'm sorry, Jalen Tolbert's spot is not safe. Jalen Tolbert is in jeopardy of not being the number three wide receiver. I think the Cowboys are going to give him every opportunity. But with this new coaching staff, let me tell you something. They got Jonathan Mingo, Ryan Flanoy. Now they got this Paris Campbell kid. We'll see what he looks like. But I'm telling you right now, Jalen Tolbert's job is not safe. Jalen Tolbert's job is not safe. Let me read the super chat, and we're going to go to the chat. Super chat from Medell. AJ, what's going on? Oh, I like what you said there, AJ. This makes perfect sense. He said, I'd rather have lower-end free agents than UDFAs. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying. Yes, sir. I understand 1,000% what you're saying. Because they got, in a lot of respects, they got a way bigger upside. Not to mention, you got guys who have come in. They've been in the game. They understand the pro prep. They understand all those things. And so they're already ahead of any undrafted free agent and any wide receiver that you could possibly get down in the further rounds. So again, I wanted to show that tape on Paris Campbell because I think the Cowboys are looking at what he was. Why has he not risen to the top? And so they're saying, let me tell you something. There's an opportunity here at the Cowboys. Not only is the number two, I would dare say, the 2, the 3, and the 4 is possibly open. Even though Kevontae Turpin is going to be the 4 on some occasions, it won't be on all of them on some occasions. But the Cowboys are trying to make that wide receiver room a whole lot better. And let me put the crescendo on it with this. This encourages me, though. And I know it doesn't encourage some people, but it encourages me. And the reason why it encourages me, it's simple. The moves that the Cowboys have made on offense is telling me exactly what they're going to do in the draft. Spots number 1 and 2. There is no doubt in my mind, unless the Cowboys do something different here over the next few weeks. The Cowboys have let us in on a not-so-secret. Cowboys are drafting a wide receiver and a running back in the first 2 rounds. The Dallas Cowboys are drafting a running back and a wide receiver in the first 2 rounds. No later than the first 3. That is exactly what the Cowboys are doing. There's no other way to get around it. That's what they're doing. And so in that, we should be encouraged because I'm going to be more honest with you than maybe some will be, or maybe I just have a different opinion. So, y'all tell me what you think. And you will not be criticized for your opinion. This is my opinion right here. Would I love to have Keenan Allen? Yes. Amari Cooper, yes. But if you told me if we get Keenan Allen, we're not going to draft the wide receiver in the first or the second, well, I don't want Keenan Allen. I don't want Keenan Allen. No, I don't want Keenan Allen. That's blasphemy, what I just said to some people. But I'm telling you where I'm coming from. I don't want Keenan Allen over the Cowboys getting a wide receiver in the first or the second round. For me, preferably the first. I want the Cowboys to knock that off right off the draft. Boom. Because Ashton Genty, y'all get ready. He's not going to be there. I want them to knock this off right off the top. And if I'm the Cowboys, if Ted McMillan is there, if Ted McMillan is there, the Cowboys are probably going to take a chance. But I'll be honest with you. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, Ted McMillan isn't there, I'm going to trade back maybe 4 to 5 spots. Hey, does somebody want this 12? Give me a third. Give me a third for this position, depending upon how desperate they are. I'm going to move back, and I'm going to get Emeka Egbuka. That's who I'm getting as my first wide receiver. And then I'm going to turn right back around in a second. And if Omarion Hampton isn't there, which there is going to be a great chance that Omarion Hampton is going to be there when the Cowboys circle the block in the second round. And if Omarion Hampton is not there, I'll get Travion Henderson. And I'll be done. I'll get both of those Ohio State boys. I'm done. And I'm still going in the 5th. Damian Martinez, Marcus Yarns. I'm telling you. And man, and if for some odd reason Bashul Tootin is somewhere around there, man, I'll get him. And then I'm still going to get me another wide receiver. The Cowboys have got to create, not only have depth. The Cowboys are solving the depth issue. I'm telling you an issue that the Cowboys, and I don't know if anyone else is talking about this because I hadn't been able to watch. I don't watch country creators like I used to because now I'm creating my own content. So I don't know if anyone else is saying this or not. I'm just telling you what I'm saying. The Cowboys have got to create an atmosphere that they haven't created in years. Competition. Doggone it, create some competition. Don't tell Jalen Tolbert he's the third. Hey, man, you are the third. You're the third wide receiver, Tolbert. No, don't tell him that. If I'm the Cowboys, I go in and erase the entire depth chart with the exception of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Deron Bland, Oso Digizua, Mozzie Smith. Other than that, I erased the whole depth chart. Coach, why is the depth chart blank? Only those players up there. Because all those other positions you see blank up there, and if you play those positions, you have an opportunity to get them. You have an opportunity to get those positions. And it begins today. Create competition now that you've created depth. Because now that you've created depth, now you need the best players to rise up the depth chart. Now you need the best players to rise up the depth chart. And the Cowboys, while everybody is panicking, stop panicking. Calm down. You should be loving what you're seeing. I'm sorry. You should be loving what you're seeing from the Dallas Cowboys right now. You should be loving it. This is going to be one of the most exciting training camps we've seen in years. It is going to be awesome. Even the free agents are going to have to come in and fight for their job. The Cowboys have created depth, something they haven't done in years. Now that you've created the depth, now let's fight it out. Let's fight it out. And again, Paris Campbell, please calm down, man. Just calm down. The man's he's a former second round. I don't even know if we should call it former. He's a second round draft pick. I mean, I know we call them former first round and second round draft picks, but they're still that. They may be pro, but he's a second round draft pick. Not this year, but that's what he is. There's no other way to put it. And so, Paris Campbell, guys, please. I got to catch myself sometime. I understand where we come from. I have to catch myself sometime. I be sometime up on social media, and man, every now and then I'll trip too, and that's why I'm even being more careful about myself. Man, we got to be, we just got to calm down, man. It's just like on the first day of free agency, we went crazy. Some of the fans went crazy. Now as time has went on, we've been going, okay, I like what we're doing. Okay, I see. So let's continue to watch. Let's continue to watch. And I think the Cowboys are going to be fine. Jigga Man. Oh, Jigga Man. Man, I wish I had some Jay-Z music. But I'd do it if I wouldn't get copyrighted. You just dropped a megaton bomb. Hold on a second. Let me get you your music, man. Let me give you a sound effect here. Dak Prescott makes wide receivers look different. You're right. He does. He makes them look different. Especially when you give him play action. And Shotty's going to give him play action. Yeah, he's going to make these wide receivers look different. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Yes, sir. I appreciate that comment, Jigga Man. Yes, sir. Dak makes him look different. He makes them look different. And these guys are going to have an opportunity that's out of this world coming up. I want to talk about this next comment, this next thing, and then we're going to go. Let me go to some comments, but I'm about to move on to Keenan Allen. Somebody got to speak some truth on Keenan Allen. I just keep hearing all the Keenan Allen stuff. Somebody got to speak some logic in this conversation. Dwayne Hart, I appreciate what you just said about Paris Campbell. Dwayne said, I'm from Ohio and follow Ohio State. He was a beast. I'm just telling you what that film shows us. I'm just telling us what that film's showing us. The dude was highly touted. Skull unknown. Mingo was also good. Tobin and Mingo, good wide receiver 3. Still need that too. And hey, Skull, I'm putting Tobin on notice. You and Mingo, Ryan Flanoy, Paris Campbell, y'all battling for number 8. Y'all battling for number 2. Y'all battling for 2 on down. I'm not even telling them they're battling for 3. You're battling for 2 on down. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I'm telling y'all, I would erase the whole depth chart. I would erase the whole depth chart. Them KJs, we're going to talk about him in a moment. I want the Cowboys to get Asante Samuel too. Yes, sir. Our comp picks will be loaded for 2026 draft. We already got a 5th rounder for one J. Lou. Yes, sir. Jigga Man, that number 2 wide receiver in the draft. Come on, people, think. They're telling us what they're doing, Jigga Man. If you haven't figured out looking at this is the draft. I'm excited. The Cowboys have shown us, and they're showing everyone else too. They're showing everyone else too. This is the game plan. This is the game plan. We are going to bring in. Hold on a second. Yeah, we're going to. The Cowboys are telling us something. They are going to bring in a wide receiver and a running back. Y'all hold on a second. I'm finagling here as I'm talking. I'm just telling us where the Cowboys are on this. And this is the part why I'm excited. Because I'm telling you, man, you got to understand something. You go out there and spend $15 million a year on Keenan Allen. They're not, at least in my estimation, they are not going to go at the top part of the draft and get a wide receiver too, because, well, what is Keenan Allen? So is Keenan Allen your wide receiver? What is Keenan Allen? Is he your wide receiver 3? No, he's automatically your wide receiver 2. And what rookie are you going to bring in and start over Keenan Allen? So does that wide receiver get relegated to your number 3? What does that do with Tolbert? It just doesn't seem likely the Cowboys are going to do that. First and second round, I believe the Cowboys are going to get a running back, and I'm excited about it. I'm awake. What's going on? He said, who y'all want from my birds next? Oh, he's from the Eagles. Man. Big Cloud said people mad when they don't change. Then when they are trying to change, they mad again. Big Cloud. This is one of the reasons, Big Cloud, I tell people all the time. Don't try to please people. People are hard to please. You try to please people, man. You try to please people. It's a never-ending circle. It is. Hoodie Kush, appreciate that super chat. Hoodie Kush, 81, they don't understand what you're saying. Dak has been asked to do more with less on several occasions. I don't want to see Tolbert or Brooks, Mingo, Flanor, and the draft pick CD in him. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. They need to go in that draft and get them a doggone bona fide monster wide receiver. And I say best one on the board. Now, it's subjective. And I'm saying this from the perspective of the Cowboys. It is subjective of which wide receiver is the best in the Cowboys' eyes. Because what we're looking at, they may not be looking at. And this is one of the things that we got to understand even with these free agents. The Cowboys are looking at not only how do they fit into the system, how do they fit into the business? The football business. There is football and then there's the business. How do they fit into the business? And this is where we're about to switch to Keenan Allen after I read a few more comments. I appreciate the super chat for sure. Chanel, my man, is in the chat. What's going on? Ohio State, you are 100% right. Ohio State equals wide receiver university. Yes, sir. You are 100% right. Them boys go hard up there, man. Wide receivers, running backs, them boys go hard. James Bowie, I would love to get Zadarius Smith. We'll look at that towards the end when we look at our free agents that's left. Top Gunner, the Ohio State boys. Hey, I'm telling you, Top Gunner, if they get a Booker and Henderson, I'm good. Blue Star said, I love what the Cowboys do as far as no-names players go. They gave them a shot to make a name for themselves. That's it. Show out and prove their doubters wrong so next season people can see their skills. Now, you also create another atmosphere. So you create an atmosphere of competition. You also create an atmosphere of hunger. You create an atmosphere of hunger. Man, let me tell you something. You mess around and not feed some dogs for a couple of days. Well, you're probably going to jail for animal cruelty. But again, I don't advise it. But when we were younger, some of the stuff that my cousins used to do, man, they used to raise them pit bulls and stuff. Man, let me tell you something. You mess around, let a dog go hungry. Man, you throw some food in the middle of a pen. Boy, you ain't never seen dog scrap. You ain't never seen dog scrap. The Cowboys are hungry. I'm telling you. Hey, man, Skull Unknown, linebacker's pretty good for the Cowboys right now, but I think they're going to still go on the draft too. Yeah, Cowboys pretty good right now. Ice Cold, what's going on? The real Daryl, what's up? Dallas has to become a football team and not a football team with a few players here and there. The real Daryl, that's been their whole problem. I've been talking about it the whole time. Build a team. And this is what they're doing. They're building a team. And they're creating an atmosphere. An atmosphere of when it's all said and done, everyone on this team is going to understand what we're left with is the best of the best. Everyone earned it. This is the best of the best. That's what they're going to be left with. That's what the players, that's what they're going to be thinking. They're left with the best of the best. James Bond, yeah, I wanted to show what he was 7 years ago. Now, my neighborhood go-to, Matty Dubs. Matty Dubs did something on him too. And Matty Dubs has been kind of, before we move on, if you want to check him out again, Matty Dubs has done a few things on Campbell. Matty Dubs actually has him as a C- pick. Let's look at that real quick, James Bowie, real quick, if you want to check out a little film on him.
I don't want to say weird, but weird signing here with Paris Campbell. They're avoiding going after anyone that costs any amount of money at all. But Paris Campbell is the newest member of the Dallas Cowboys, and we're going to break down pretty much everything you need to know about Paris Campbell, who he is, what he adds, and maybe, just maybe, this could be a good addition to the team as another wide receiver joins the mix. I mean, you see on this play, a little bit of like a fake handoff, bootleg out to the right. We're acting like we're going to run this little corner route, and we're going to stop right in this zone of the defense. Does a really good job. Boom, stopping on a dime, wide open touchdown. Cool, right? We're going to break down some film. I'm going to show you what he adds, his strengths. Before we dive into the video, let me know what you guys think, man. Interesting. I don't really know what else to say. Let's just dive into the film. All right, here's an interesting play for Paris Campbell. So he's going to be at the top of the screen. We're going to notice right away that this is zone coverage. This guy's going to drop back. The double mug, or actually the linebacker look's going to drop back in his zone. So we're going to run a slant and stop over the middle, trying to sit in the zone coverage, right? Now, Travis Kelce, one of the best players in the NFL that does this. He runs slow routes or fast routes, but finds the defensive holes. That's what Paris Campbell does here. Sits, finds a nice little empty zone, and, you know, unfortunately, picks up 7 yards, which was his season high. Season high in yards on a catch. Now, when you talk about Paris Campbell as a player, you got to talk about elite speed, right? He ran a 4.3 140-yard dash a couple of years ago, 2019 actually. And honestly, since then has ran like 22 miles per hour in game. So is a very, very fast wide receiver. Played a little bit more in 2023 and also has some versatility where he can play multiple different positions. So if you want him to play in the slot, he can do that. If you want him to play on the outside, he's got good size, 6 foot, 200 pounds. You know, he can play a lot of different roles within your offense, which, again, cool. We like that. But is he going to be a massive upgrade for this Dallas Cowboys team who already had a bunch of guys who were okay, decent, right? I don't really know. Again, I like Paris Campbell as a player. I thought he had a lot of potential coming out of, you know, college. But is he someone that's going to be able to revitalize his career? I mean, I feel like the Cowboys right now are really trying to add a bunch of former potential first-round talent with Kyer Elam and Peyton Turner and Kenneth Walker and Paris Campbell. And I mean, it's just so many guys with what-ifs, right? Do you guys like it? Do you not like it? Let me know in the comments. Also, he's got pretty short hands. So, I mean, when you take everything and you combine the speed, the versatility of where you can line up, maybe even in the backfield at times, reliable hands, sure, this could be a good option here for the Cowboys. Is it a home run? Definitely not. It's not a Stephon Diggs for a year, or it's not one of these guys that can really step in and make a big difference right away. So I don't really know what to say, man. I mean, it's an okay pickup, maybe C+ grading. You still have Jalen Tolbert, Mingo, you traded a 3rd-round pick for.
Cowboys, man, all you're looking at right now, you're just looking at the Cowboys. They're creating a situation that they like. They're creating depth. This is the situation. So, hey, right now, I'm cool where they are. Paris Campbell, I'm telling you, they're not giving up a lot for him, guys. It's nothing even for us to even cry about. The Cowboys are just creating a situation. Depth competition, anyone who could potentially make this team better, they want them in training camp. The Cowboys are going to go in the draft and do what they do. Mills 36, what's up? He said Mingo has skills. We just had Cooper throwing the ball. Appreciate that super chat. Absolute facts. So I want to move on to one Keenan Allen. And I don't think this is really it's not really a hot topic to me, but I know a lot of people have been talking about this on X. People are going bananas. They are going bananas about this thing with Keenan Allen. Now, again, I posed the logical question. So a lot of people, and I understand what they're doing. It's cool. People do what they do, and everyone wants to make the case. Everybody wants to make the case for Keenan Allen. Why would he be a good fit for the Cowboys? A better fit than Amari Cooper. Some people say Amari Cooper is a better fit. Some people are saying they wouldn't mind having Lockett and different things like that. Understand, from what my understanding is, from what I saw, I can't remember where I saw it, but they're actually saying that Keenan Allen is wanting $13 million to play. Now, the question that people see, let's talk about football business again. Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Tyler Lockett. We don't have to really concern ourselves with the football part. They've played long enough to where anybody can go pull up tape on them. Number two, many people have seen these players play us or seen them play somebody else. Most of us already know what these three players are. So when we talk about the football stuff, and if you're in the room, now, see, with these guys, Paris Campbell, we're talking about football. Hey, it's not a lot of tape on him. Let's kind of see what he is. What is the potential that he has? We got to go and look at just little bits and pieces on Paris Campbell. You have to do that on him. You don't have to do that on Keenan Allen. So with Keenan Allen, we're not talking about his ability. Even if Keenan Allen has lost a step, he has. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Devontae Adams isn't even what he used to be. Stu was a monster about 4 or 5 years ago. Father Time is undefeated. But when we're talking about these players, the football part, okay, we can put that to rest. Everybody needs to stop arguing about the football part. Everybody wants to show they're the smart. No, we don't need to look at the football part no more. I'm sorry, we don't. We don't need the football part. I said it a couple of weeks ago. Let me reiterate it again. When you get to these players' ages, when wide receivers, and especially today, when wide receivers hit that 30 years of age and they're not already signed to a contract on a team, once they hit that 30 years of age, and you better believe that when they hit that 30-year mark, I guarantee you they've battled some injury over the last year or two. And once they're out there on the open market, they have to make a decision. We all know what they are. They just have to make a decision. Even as much as people were hating on Cooper Kupp, I said it the moment when Cooper Kupp got released, you're going to see what's real. Because there will be teams going after Cooper Kupp, and there were teams going after Cooper Kupp. They were not willing to offer the Seattle money, but there were teams going after Cooper Kupp. Because we know what he is if he's healthy. But these older players, they get to control somewhat of what they do. And they have to make a decision. Let me tell us again. Do I go for the chip or do I go for the check? That's the question. And if I'm the team looking at them, it's not a matter if they can play. I already know they can play. The question is, how much will they take to play for me? We're not asking the right questions when we're talking about Keenan Allen. Let's stop beating the Dallas Cowboys down. As if Keenan Allen is out there for $6 million per year. And the Cowboys are saying, man, $6 million a year is too rich for our blood. That is not what they're saying. That is not what they're saying. Let me show you how we can defeat this argument. And this is how we sometimes we need to really just understand what we're saying. I've been trying to see what are the details on the Cooper Kupp deal. Now, someone says, why do you bring up Cooper Kupp? So let me show you why I bring up Cooper Kupp. Because I've seen people make arguments that Cooper Kupp is better than Keenan Allen. I mean, that Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp. That's what people are saying. Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp, right? Now, what I want to see is, so he got a 3-year, $45 million deal. $15 million a year average. I'm thinking that this deal may be coming in at maybe a $45 million deal, but the real money is maybe somewhere closer to $22, $23 million. I mean, I would find it hard to believe that Cooper Kupp is actually going to get more than Davante Adams. Let me give you football business. Some people love the X's and O's. Nah, bruh. Nah, sister. Nah, sisters and brothers. Let me help us in the congregation. We get so excited about the football part. Nah, bro. Nah, sister. This is the football business. You better know the business of this game, because the business of this game really dictates a lot. Sometimes your team is not getting a player, not because he can't play football. It's the business. It's the business. And we miss the business. So let's think about this. Let me give you the football business. So if we look at Davante Adams' contract, let me see if I can get it to pull up here. If we pull up Davante Adams' contract as it slowly loads, I want us to think about this. Davante Adams' contract states it is a $26 million guaranteed contract. That's what it is. It is a $26 million guaranteed contract. So in my mind, this is basically a 2-year contract. That's exactly what it is. So, and I really think Davante Adams' contract is a 1-year contract. That's what I think Davante Adams' contract is. Man, I'm having some bandwidth issues. Let me go back. I don't have, okay. Let me just explain this without looking at it for a moment. Let me let my bandwidth stop tripping. So, if Davante Adams is a guaranteed $26 million, this tells me that Cooper Kupp has to be a guaranteed somewhere around $20 to $22 million deal. Correct? I guarantee you that's what it's going to shake down to be. So Cooper Kupp, if that's what Cooper Kupp's deal is, and people are making the argument that Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp, so what do you think Keenan Allen's deal going to be? So does anybody think that Cooper Kupp is going to play for less than, does anyone think that Keenan Allen is going to play for less than $10 million a year? Keenan Allen probably feels like, okay, so if they made Davante Adams a 26, because it's supposedly okay, so Davante Adams is a $22 million average per year contract. Cooper Kupp is a $15 million per year average contract. If you're telling me Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp, then Keenan Allen has to fall in between those two. Am I correct or am I wrong? Now, he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. But if I'm Keenan Allen, I'm like, hold on a second. I'm better than Cooper Kupp. I'm not taking less than Cooper Kupp. Are going to bring in a 33-year-old receiver on a 3-year deal with a guaranteed $22 million. I could see Keenan Allen being 33. Okay, 2-year deal, which would really be a 1-year deal. So you're telling me you think the Cowboys are going to bring Keenan Allen in on a 2-year, $15 or $20 million deal? I'm not going to tell you they're not. I'm going to tell you more than likely they're not going to do that. More than likely the Cowboys are not going to do that. They're just not going to do it. They're not going to let Keenan Allen eat up that kind of real estate. They're not going to let, at least I could be surprised. Keenan Allen, it would shock me if the Cowboys signed Keenan Allen. It would shock me. And one of the reasons it would shock me is, I still say we ask some of the wrong questions. So let's think about Keenan Allen. Has anybody asked, does Keenan Allen want to play for the Cowboys? Has anybody asked the question, does Keenan Allen want to play for the Cowboys? We keep talking about the Cowboys won't get Keenan Allen. Does he want to play for the Cowboys? Because if Keenan Allen wants to play for the Cowboys, then Keenan Allen will then take a lesser pay to play for the Cowboys. But if the Cowboys want Keenan Allen to play for the Cowboys, then the Cowboys have to pay Keenan Allen what he wants. You see the problem? See, we keep talking about football. We're not talking about the business. We got to talk about the business. Because what's stopping him from coming to Dallas, in my estimation, it's the business. The Cowboys are saying he don't fit. It's not that he can't fit what we do because he's a great wide receiver. That's not the problem. Does he fit monetarily? We're talking football business. Because again, I wanted to make sure that I brought this up with Keenan Allen as it pertains to this right here. Because when we talk about Keenan Allen, what is he willing to play for? How much does he want? What is he willing to play for? We keep making all these ability arguments. This isn't an ability argument. Why are we arguing an ability? And everybody want to show film. Oh, let's look at the film is irrelevant. That's the bottom line. Asking themselves, do they want to pay Keenan Allen this much money? And it seems to me they don't want to pay him that much money. Y'all, hold on a second. I gotta do double task here. All right, I had to ask because I got somebody here. Somebody here might be doing something on the bandwidth because my bandwidth look like it's going a little wonky. Make sure here. Oh, I see what's going on. All right, y'all. You guys just hold tight just for a second. I see what's going on with my computer. Y'all hold on. All right. I see what happened. My computer was getting ready to lose juice. Sorry, guys. I forgot to plug this thing in today. All right. So this is the issue with Keenan Allen. Okay, we back on track now. This is the issue with one Keenan Allen. This is not an ability issue with Keenan Allen, guys. Everyone's acting like this is an ability issue. It's not an ability issue. With Keenan Allen, if we're telling me Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp, then why would we think he's going to play for the Cowboys for less than for Cooper Kupp? Somebody's got to be logical here. If the Cowboys would not pay Cooper Kupp, why would the Cowboys pay Keenan Allen? Why would they do it? The Cowboys would not even pay. They lost the battle with Cooper Kupp to money. Explain to me again, why would the Cowboys bring in Keenan Allen? If Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp and they wouldn't pay Cooper Kupp, so we're saying they're going to pay Keenan Allen. I just don't believe it. And this is why I think we need to stop selling ourselves on this idea, because expectations are the robber of joy. And because we keep expecting the Cowboys to sign Keenan Allen, and then the Cowboys don't sign Keenan Allen, then we're all in our feelings. But again, I'm asking the question, why do we think Keenan Allen wants to play for us? I don't remember Keenan Allen saying he wants to play for us. I haven't heard any of that stuff. So if I haven't heard Keenan Allen say he wants to play for the Cowboys, and if I haven't heard the Cowboys say they want Keenan Allen to play for us, so that means that whoever approaches who, they're immediately going to lose leverage. So if the Cowboys approach Keenan Allen, then the Cowboys are going to have to give Keenan Allen what he wants. If Keenan Allen's agent reaches out to the Cowboys, then Keenan Allen is going to be willing to take a discount. I'm telling us we're not asking the right questions on this. We're not asking the right questions. We've actually made the arguments against Keenan Allen coming to the Cowboys. We're making the argument against it, and we don't even realize it from the football business perspective. That's all it boils down to, is the football business. Now, when we think about one Amari Cooper, I don't think that's a business issue. I think Amari Cooper is more of a what happened when Mike McCarthy was here issue, and they wound up trading Amari Cooper. Man, let me tell you something. Me and you, we got problems, man. You trade me to Cleveland. I don't care if Myles Garrett is there. I don't care if Deshaun Watson is there. You traded me to Cleveland, bro, we got problems. Again, you trade me to Cleveland, we got problems. You trade me to the Jets, we got problems. The Bears, we got problems. Carolina Panthers, we got problems. You traded me all the way from Dallas. Very good cost of living. No state tax. You shipped me off to Cleveland, where it's cold. Cost of living, everything different. We got problems. And the way they ran Amari Cooper out of here, man, I don't think Amari Cooper would touch the Cowboys with a 10-foot pole unless they overpaid him. Amari Cooper wouldn't come back to the Cowboys. Now, let me tell you a person you might better keep in your vocabulary. Tyler Lockett. Keep Tyler Lockett in your vocabulary. I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys later on pick up Tyler Lockett. It just makes sense. Matt Eberflus, Tyler Lockett is not going to be like these other wide receivers. I promise you. If there is one of the three of these wide receivers that would say, I will come in at the cheapest, it has to be Tyler Lockett. Amari Cooper, he ain't doing the Cowboys no favors. Keenan Allen, I'll be honest with you. We keep, I don't understand why we keep hyping ourselves up about Keenan Allen. Man, I don't even think Keenan Allen is thinking about the Cowboys. I don't. I don't think Keenan Allen is even thinking about the Dallas Cowboys in no scenario. I don't think he's thinking about the Cowboys. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a tidbit. I heard this on X, and I tried to do some investigating on it. There's a part of this picture that people may not understand. Let's talk about business again. Let's talk about business. See, DeMarcus Lawrence don't understand business. See, you done took your butt over to Seattle, and you done took a shot at the Cowboys. See, the part about Jerry Jones that people don't understand, that if you're a Dallas Cowboy and you play your cards right and you don't do what DeMarcus Lawrence did on the way out the door, Jerry Jones can be one of your greatest assets outside of football. Jerry Jones can pick up a phone and get you something, get you this gig, get you that gig, get you employed with somebody, get somebody to do business with you. Man, I'm just telling you, you never know how people take stuff when you like saying things. You have to be careful burning bridges. Well, a lot of people may not realize it, but I ran across this. Anybody remember this? Let me drop a bomb right here. Anybody remember this? Let me set this in the chat. Let me set this down, then y'all tell me what you think in the chat. Y'all a little bit behind me. Let me set this in the chat. Anybody remember this? Now, for those of us who don't understand business, it's about who you know. And boy, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. You mess around and be tripping on people about certain things, and they'll be the very person that, man, this is the very person standing between something that you really want. I'm just telling us. Dak replacement will be working him out probably in the next 3 years. Zaire said, haven't heard anyone say they wanted to play for Dallas. Zaire, I can tell you who I haven't heard say it. I haven't heard Keenan Allen talking about the Cowboys. I'm hearing X talk about Keenan to the Cowboys. I'm not hearing anybody talking about Keenan to the Cowboys. Iceberg Slim said Keenan Allen will child abuse number 2 wide receivers. If he sees the same coverage they threw at Tolbert, he's going for 1,300 yards and 10 TDs easy. Now, Iceberg Slim, again, you bring in Keenan Allen. So my question to you or anyone else, and let me pull this up, then I'm going to go back to this slide that I'm on. I want y'all to make sure y'all see that. I want you to see that. So you're telling me you got a choice between a 33-year-old Keenan Allen, and you're not going to be criticized for this because this is not one of these football expert answers. You know, so many people want to be football experts. Man, they just got to – people try to destroy people if they don't give the answers they want. Ooh, you don't know football. Sometimes people don't know football. Sometimes the answers are subjective. Some of the answers are subjective. So let's ask ourselves this question. So would you be willing to bring in Keenan Allen for 2 years, 3-year contract? It's really a 2-year contract, 3 years, guaranteed. If you want to set him in between Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams, $24 million. So you're willing to give him a 2-year, $24 million guaranteed contract. At the expense, because I don't think you're going to be able to do both of these. At the expense of saying, we'll take Keenan Allen over Ted McMillan. We'll take Keenan Allen over Matthew Golden. We'll take Keenan Allen over Emeka Egbuka. We're taking Keenan Allen over Matthew. Yeah, we're taking Keenan Allen for 2 years over wide receivers that we could get in the first round and literally control them for 7 years. 6 to 7 years, guaranteed they're on the team. Guaranteed. Keenan Allen, who's reached most of his ceiling. He's reached most of his ceiling. That don't mean he's not good. I'm just telling you. He's reached his ceiling. And that ceiling is good. Don't get that confused when I say he's reached his ceiling as if he's trash. No, he's good. We know what he is. This is why we're talking about him. We know exactly what Keenan Allen is. What Keenan Allen lacks in speed, Keenan Allen has been around this league long enough. He makes up for some of those things in what's in between the ears. He's seen enough defenses. He knows how to set down in certain zones. He knows where to find. He knows, he just can look at how DBs line up and know, okay, I can get this dude right off the top. You're going to get a lot of that. But you're talking about 2 years. Now, you got to look at what the Cowboys are doing. The Cowboys are getting younger. Dante Fowler is the oldest player. He's going to come on here and be 30 years old. If I'm not mistaken, Dante Fowler is going to be at the top of the chart as far as age goes. The Cowboys seem to be getting younger. They're not just loading up for Dak Prescott. They're loading up in case Dak Prescott is still doing good after 3 to 4 years. He'll still have a team. If they replace Dak Prescott, they're still going to have a team. For me, and I'm just telling you for me, I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do it. But if you get a wide receiver like Keenan Allen, boy, you better cash in. Let me tell you why the Rams got Davante Adams to cash in. Sean McVay is telling us something, guys. Sean McVay is going for the Super Bowl this coming year. Not the year after. This year. Sean McVay is going for the Super Bowl. Sean McVay looked at what he did last year, and Sean McVay is saying that we almost beat the Eagles. We're maybe one player away, maybe two. That's why you got Davante Adams. When you get Davante Adams and Keenan Allen, you're saying you're 1 or 2 players away. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. Because that's the age they are. You know how I know this? DeAndre Hopkins. When you get to these guys' age, this is what you're saying. When you bring in Davante Adams, Cooper Kupp, I really don't know what the doggone Seattle Seahawks are doing, though. Because to bring in Sam Darnold, okay, cool. But to bring in D-Law and now bring in Cooper Kupp, that sounds like I want to win, but I'm not necessarily saying I want to go to the Super Bowl. But the Rams are saying with Davante Adams, we want to go to the Super Bowl. The Baltimore Ravens told me with DeAndre Hopkins, $8 million for 1 year, I want to go to the Super Bowl. Keenan Allen, for me, Keenan Allen, it all depends on what he's looking for. Is he looking for the chip or the check? If Keenan Allen is looking for the chip, immediate, he probably should be looking at the Kansas City Chiefs. If he's looking at the check and potentially the chip in a couple of years, and maybe 3, okay, come on to the Cowboys. But understand this, we're not going to get it both ways. We're not going to get Keenan Allen and then go in the draft and just have a treasure trove of, at least I don't think we are. It would be fantastic, but that just doesn't seem to be the kind of plan that we typically see the Cowboys operate with. I'm just giving us logic. The Cowboys don't typically operate like that. Bottom line, y'all tell me what you think. I'm going to let you catch up in the chat. But I'm just telling you, man, when it comes to this thing with Keenan Allen, I see the arguments. People are going crazy about Keenan Allen. I would love to have Keenan Allen, but it's not about football. We keep making it into a football argument. Keenan Allen is not a football argument. Keenan Allen is a football business argument. Even Keenan Allen has got to be, and I know he's already doing it, Keenan Allen has got to be looking at this as a business, as a football business argument. Last year when he went with the Bears, whenever he signed that contract, Keenan Allen signed that contract for the check. This contract, he can sign it for the check too if he wants to. But that may be one of the reasons. We talking about Dallas, dumb. So somebody said that Keenan Allen is better than Cooper Kupp. So why didn't Seattle get him? Everybody keep talking about we're done. Can you explain to me why the other teams aren't getting him? It's amazing to me. We just look at everything through this lens of the Cowboys are crazy. Can you explain to me, if the Cowboys are crazy, what are the other 31 teams? Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Why are they not getting Keenan Allen? Do we think it's, again, we keep making the wrong arguments. We're making we want to throw film and diagrams and you're looking at the wrong thing. No one has to show me what Keenan Allen is. No one should have to show any of us what Keenan Allen is. We're not looking at the books. This is a football business. I'm just telling you it's a football business. And if you're telling me the Dallas Cowboys aren't signing him, well, can you explain to me why no one else is signing him either? If he's that good, why didn't the Rams get him and save money on Devontae Adams? What's the drop-off from Devontae Adams to Keenan Allen? What is it? Are you dropping off a cliff? Dropping off a curb? What are you dropping off of from Devontae Adams or Keenan Allen? Then if Keenan Allen is right below Devontae Adams, why did Seattle sign Cooper Kupp? I'm just telling us, we're asking the wrong questions on this whole thing, and we're losing our mind. Oh, the Cowboys are dumb. Well, if the Cowboys are dumb, what is everybody else? Why hasn't anyone else? We keep asking, why have the Cowboys not signed Keenan Allen? Can I ask you the question? Why hasn't anyone else signed Keenan Allen? Chanel. Oh, I got it already, Chanel. It wasn't the network. It was my, I'm on a Mac. And what happens to the Mac is when the power starts to go down, it won't shut down, but it'll start trying to serve power. Yeah, that's what happened to me. But I'm back up and running now. I hope y'all still on. I hope you still on. Dan 1995, you cannot sign Allen for $24 million and draft a wide receiver. Allen, Dan 1995, welcome to football business. Fred Allen said, no. Dan 1995 said Keenan Allen is close to washed. Again, Dan 1995, so people don't go crazy on you. See, Keenan Allen has reached his ceiling, and his ceiling is good. You can even call his ceiling great. I would love to have Keenan Allen. I wanted Keenan Allen when Chicago got him. But I also understand football business, and this is the part that people don't talk about enough. Football business. This dude is about to be 33 years old. So do you want to take a chance on getting him and watching him drop off a cliff? Do you want to do that? Does somebody want to guarantee him $22 million for 2 years? Which we know if we guarantee him $22 million for 1 year, 2 years, it's really a 1-year contract, because you mess around and get him $22 million for the guarantee. That means you got to be somewhere around 45 to 50. And you mess around and get him into that second year with roster bonuses and stuff like that. You not only give him 22, you tie up 26. Before you know it, you got 28, 32. You're not doing it. I would rather have a younger wide receiver at number 2 that I can control for the next 4 to 5 years, 4 to 6 years, 4 to 7 years, than bringing in Keenan Allen, because Keenan Allen needs to make a decision on his own. Keenan Allen, unless he's going for the check, if he's going for the chip, Keenan Allen needs to be looking at competitive teams. Now, don't get me wrong. The Cowboys are about to be real competitive, and I still think they're going to get the chip in 2026. But if I'm the Cowboys, am I willing to pay Keenan Allen for only 2 years? Am I really willing to pay Keenan Allen like $26 million or $22 million for 2 years? Welcome to football business. We talking football. Problem is, some of us talk football, we don't talk business. Oh, we can fit Keenan Allen in. Okay, I got something else for you. Let me read some of your content. Some of your comments. Then I'm gonna come back and hit you with another megaton bomb. Yeah, 70s fan. Y'all behind me. I'm back in the game now. All right. So let me get down to the bottom. Nancy said it's good that we signed Campbell. Iceberg says 70 catches, 1,200 in 2024. Talking about Keenan Allen. Give me cash. All those wide receivers are trash. No thanks. Okay, you must be talking about in the draft. Chanel says, we have to remember is there will be some gems in the undrafted. I'm saying the same thing, Chanel. There will be some gems in the undrafted free agent market. P Funk, we need to get a receiver in the draft. Yes, sir. Ice Cold, Ted or Golden. It's not that I'm telling us they're better than Keenan Allen. I'm talking about the football business. Let me talk about the football part. The ceiling is higher long term for Tet, Emeka, those top 5 wide receivers. I'm looking at the ceiling of when we get a hold of them, we're going to really take them to another level. Now, let me deal with the business. Not only that, we can get them for 5 years for what we're going to pay Keenan Allen for 2. No thanks. No thanks. I'm taking the rookies. Why? Stop discounting the fact we have CeeDee Lamb. Now, again, CeeDee Lamb needs a number 2. Does he need Keenan Allen? Now, someone says yes, but I'm telling you the Cowboys are saying no. The Cowboys are saying no. Again, because they're saying that CeeDee Lamb is our man. CeeDee Lamb is the man. We don't need Keenan Allen. We can get us a number 2 wide receiver in the draft that will complement CeeDee Lamb. And if we bring Jonathan Mingo along and we really see what he is and he turns out to be good, we got us a battle at number 3. We'll already have Tolbert. We'll already have Ryan Flanoy. We brought Campbell into this competition. We don't even know who else the Cowboys are going to bring in at competition at wide receiver. Keenan Allen is a good to great wide receiver. Is he a want or a need? Yes, there's a part of him that you need. But Keenan Allen is leaning also into the want area. Can the Cowboys still be good without Keenan Allen? Yes. Can the Cowboys be great without Keenan Allen? Absolutely. Absolutely. Should the Cowboys go get Keenan Allen? Yeah, if he's affordable. But what we call affordable, because we keep, they got $40 million. Surely they can go do it. Let me put some more math in your head. Let me read a couple of comments and I'll put some more math in your head. I'm about to put some crazy math in y'all head that people aren't considering. Spider-Man, what's going on? He said, I like Paris Campbell and Turpin going out for passes. Yes, didn't think about that. Fast and faster. You can stretch defenses out a little bit more. Silver Turkey, what about Cooper Kupp? Of course, he got signed by the Seattle Seahawks. Harvey, he said, RJ Harvey from my hometown. That young man could have played quarterback as well as far as recruited out of high school. I'm praying the Cowboys pick him in this draft. Okay, we'll keep our eyes on that name. Gene Martz, Mingo was the first player picked up with this current high talent falling through the cracks mindset. That's true. That everyone is buying into now. But still, hating on Mingo. We got to see what Mingo is. Yes, sir. Ice Cold Cowboy. I agree. Hit that like button. Fred Allen. Draft a wide receiver and a running back in the first two. Yes. Go ahead. The Cowboys are starting new. Jared, there's rumors out there that Buffalo wants Keenan wants Allen to pair with another one in Josh Allen. The Bills want to stack their team around Josh Allen to take down Patrick Mahomes. Now, Jared Thomas, you're on to what I'm saying. The Buffalo Bills just gave Josh Allen $250 million guaranteed. They got to the AFC Championship game. The Buffalo Bills feel like they're one or two players away. Keenan Allen makes perfect sense. Keenan Allen makes perfect sense. They'll sign him for 2. He'll only get 1. Keenan Allen makes perfect sense for them. The Cowboys are doing something a little bit different. The Cowboys are building. They're getting themselves ready to compete for a Super Bowl, 26 and 27. They're going to be competitive in 25. But does Allen fit into a 2 or 3 year plan for you? Because to me, if you're getting Allen, he's a 1 year plan. I'm telling y'all, you're going to call me Nostradamus. Let's see what happens with Davante Adams and the Rams. I'll be shocked if he plays 2 years. I'll be absolutely shocked. If Davante Adams plays 2 years with the Rams, I will not be surprised if they go back in after year 1, rework that deal, and extend him out another year or 2 so they can push some of that money down the road. Because if not, I will not be shocked. If they don't achieve what they want this year, Davante Adams will be done. Davante Adams will be done. I won't even be shocked if Matthew Stafford is done. The Rams went and reworked Matthew Stafford deal so that they could push money down the road. So if they cut him in a year, the money don't hit them all at once. That's all they did. That's all they did with Matthew Stafford's deal. Matthew Stafford wanted to stay in California, so they reworked it. I'm telling you. Jesse Falls. What about trade for George Pickens? Could be something on the table later on. Josh Allen eventually will end up having a super team. That's what they're working on. Jonathan Mingo versus Ryan Flanoy. This training camp will be good. 2 athletic freaks. Hey, let me tell you something, Iceberg Slim. This is going to be one of the best training camps. I said it earlier. This is going to be one of the best training camps we've ever seen. The Cowboys are bringing in people who want to compete and they want a job. You can't ask for anything more. Create competition immediately when training camp opens up. Go to that board, erase all those names I told you. Erase Dak, erase CD, erase Michael, erase Osa, erase, and I wouldn't even erase Mozzie Smith. Erase Osa, erase DeRon Bland. Everybody else, show me what you got. Show me what you got. Give me cash signing these old heads or a sign of desperation. Hey, give me cash. Who have they signed this old? Dante Fowler is the only one they've signed. The Cowboys, if you look at what they're doing, they're not going into these dudes who are 30. Dante Fowler is 30. I mean, he's the only one. All these other cats are young. They're trying to get young cats that they feel like they may be at a point to where they can do something. Top Gunner, I'm saying the same thing. The number 2 is going to be in the draft. This is one of the reasons why I'm telling you they're not fooling with Keenan Allen. And I don't even know if it's so much the Cowboys aren't fooling with Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen may not be fooling with the Cowboys. Keenan Allen may not be fooling with the Cowboys. Bottom line, he may not be fooling with the Cowboys. Best player available is the key in the draft. Big cloud, risk or reward is what it comes down to. I don't think they want to do it with Keenan Allen. Now, let me give us something else before I hit you with this other business of football thing. Let me put this back up here. I was having some difficulties a second ago. Let me throw this back up here. Again, anybody remember this? Bears, Keenan Allen calls out Eberflus after absurd explanation on Lion loss. Rumor has it is that Matt Eberflus and Keenan Allen didn't see eye to eye. Now, let me tell you something. Tell me anything you want to. Some people don't know. When you're trying to build a culture and a team, let me tell you something that Jerry Jones did last year to Mike McCarthy that was downright dirty. Jerry Jones did something to Mike McCarthy that is downright dirty. Mike McCarthy wanted Aaron Jones. Who did Jerry Jones bring in? Who did Jerry Jones bring in? Jerry Jones brought in Ezekiel Elliott. And Mike McCarthy asked for Aaron Jones. That's dirty work. That's dirty work. You're at war now. Because you're making me do things I don't want to do. And it sounds like they made Zeke some promises, and they didn't keep them. And I think that's why it got revealed later on. Zeke was showing up late for meetings, not showing up to meetings. Zeke was not doing the stuff they really wanted him to do and be a leader in the locker room. Well, of course he wasn't. Because it sounded like to me that somebody made him some promises. Hey, you're going to be goal line. You're going to be short yardage. You're going to be used in this situation, that situation. And then they wouldn't use him in certain games. And it started causing friction in the locker room. That's dirty business. Jerry did this in the past with Bill Parcells. Brought in T.O. Bill didn't want T.O. Had some success with T.O. But how much more success do you think they have if you let Bill Parcells get the receiver that he wants? T.O. was an absolute monster. But I'm telling you, when people don't want you, even when you're great, they use you up rather than use you. There's a difference. They use you up rather than use you. There's a difference. People use you differently when they're being forced to use you and when they want to use you for something. They move different. Let me tell you why this is dirty business. So you hire Matt Eberflus. So you're telling me you're going to bring a person on the team that Matt Eberflus has had some beef with? You just sabotaged your own team. You just sabotaged your own team. This is the kind of stuff you want to do. No, you're actually wanting to hear your coaches say who they want. You don't want the coaches telling you who they don't want, and then you bring them in anyway. Jerry's been here and done this type of stuff before. This is something that if you're trying to do brand new, do different. No. If Keenan Allen has had some issues with Matt Eberflus, don't create a situation where Matt Eberflus and Keenan Allen is walking around avoiding each other, not talking to each other. People understand they don't like it. No. I'm telling this, we got to learn football business. I'm not doing this. If this is true, I'm not doing this. And I wouldn't do it if it's true. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. And Keenan Allen is not at the point in his career where Terrell Owens was at the point in his career. Terrell Owens was at a point in his career that he was so good that there were teams that were willing to almost put up with anything from Terrell Owens. But again, talent versus tolerance. You're younger, talented like T.O., tolerance level pretty high. You're talented, older like Keenan Allen, maybe I don't even want to fool with that. I'll just go in the draft. I don't even want to fool with it, and maybe something else will come up in the meantime. Don't even want to fool with it. I'm just telling you. You think some of this stuff don't matter. It all matters. It all matters, especially when you talk about what the Cowboys are saying they're trying to do now. If Matt Eberflus and Keenan Allen got beef, why would you bring in Keenan Allen? Why would you do it? Why would you do this? With all the momentum you got going with this coaching staff, why would you do this? I wouldn't do it. Y'all tell me what you think in the chat. You're not going to be excoriated for your subjective view on this. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't bring him in. If this is true, I wouldn't bring it because you got to know that this has got to be based on some of this stuff. Matt Eberflus's view of Keenan Allen. But I'm telling you already, at Keenan Allen's age, I mean, I still think we're having a mute conversation. I don't even think the Cowboys are interested. I'll be honest with you. I don't even think the Cowboys are interested. I don't. Okay, Mike McCain, watch this. I'm about to drop a megaton business football bomb on us again. People don't have to like it, Mike McCain, but you just gave another part of the football business. There will be big names that will be released during training camp. Boy, I'm about to hit you with a real big one. I'm going to hit you with a real big one. Randy Jackson said he raced Tyler Smith. Hey, I'm erasing everybody on the line. Everybody on the line, I'm erasing it. Every last one of them. O-line, I'm erasing every last one of them. You're going to compete. Yeah, you're going to compete. Josh Allen once again loses to Patrick Mahomes, says Jared Thomas. We can finally stop making excuses for Josh Allen and hold him to the same standard many hold Dak Prescott too. Jared, isn't it crazy though? It's crazy how we move the needle. Can I remind anybody? Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes without a super team. I'll take Joe Burrow any day of the week over Josh Allen. Any day of the week. I'll take Joe Shiesty. There are some people who won't agree with me. You can have your opinion on this. Joe Burrow was known as Patrick Mahomes' kryptonite a couple of years ago. Cincinnati was running roughshod. I'm talking about when Cincinnati was at the top of its powers with Tyreek Hill. Cincinnati was running roughshod over them boys. Joe Burrow was killing it. I'll take Burrow every day of the week over Josh Allen. Every day of the week. Poobie D said that was Keenan coach. We got as our DC. Poobie D. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Poobie D. He's the DC. Oh, well, he's the DC. No. You not understand what the DC is on your team? He's probably the assistant coach. He's probably the assistant head coach. I wonder who the assistant head coach is. I'll tell you this. I'm not bringing in someone who has any kind of ill will towards my DC, my OC. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it, period. Martin says he's washed. Jared Thomas, we always going to move the goalposts for Josh Allen. I don't know why they love this dude. They love him. They want him to be the face of the franchise. They do. Iceberg, you make a good point. You said, I don't think Jonathan Mingo, Ryan Flano, these guys are different. Yeah, look at the price you got him on, though. And again, with one Keenan Allen. Does he fit into, and I'm about to hit us with this next football business bomb. Yeah, D-Well, we signed Paris Campbell. He's a training camp guy. Don't even trip on it. Ice Cold Cowboy. I'm in on the draft myself. I'm just in on the draft. That's where I am. Niecy, Andrew, that Rebel Chicks, what's going on? Glad to see you in here. Zaire, would you trade for Tyreek, Ridley, Judy, Sutton, Mike Evans, Ayuk? Too much. And the Cowboys aren't going to do it, Zaire. Too much. Cowboys aren't, the Cowboys are not paying because, again, let's look at the football business. Football. We know exactly what every one of those guys are. We know exactly what every one of these guys are, Zaire. We also know we're going to have to pay premium money for those receivers. And if we're going to pay premium money for those receivers, are they a part of a 2-year plan or are they a part of a 4 to 7 year plan? With these players, it's a 2-year plan, probably maximum. If I go to the draft, I get a wide receiver to where I can watch him grow, help develop him as he reaches that ceiling, while also controlling him for the next 4 to 7 years. This is called football business. And for what I would have to pay one of these guys for 2 years, I can control those other guys for 5. It's got to make dollars and cents. It's got to make dollars and cents. Vincent Johnson, again. And I'm not saying you're missing the point. The film is irrelevant. Vincent, the film is irrelevant. It's irrelevant because we don't need the film to know what Keenan Allen is. That's the major point I've been making. When you're talking about Keenan Allen, you're not talking about ability no more. We know what he is. If somebody don't know what Keenan Allen is right now, they ain't gonna never know. We know what Keenan Allen is. We know what we're getting with Keenan Allen. We know, and it's not just Keenan Allen. We know what we're getting with Amari Cooper. Even with what they have out there on Amari Cooper, we know what he is. Oh, he disappears against some of the number 1 receivers. Okay, we know what he is. Tyler Lockett, we know what he is. If we traded for Tyreek Hill, any of these guys, we know what they are. The football part goes out the window talking about Keenan Allen. We know what he is. The only thing we're talking about with Keenan Allen is business. And that's the only thing, because again, Vincent, ask yourself the question. Take the Dallas Cowboys out of the equation. Explain to me again why 31 other teams haven't signed him. Explain that part to me. We want to criticize the Cowboys. We say the Cowboys should go get him. Well, why shouldn't other teams go get him? Somebody tell me right now in the chat. Is Keenan Allen better than any wide receiver on the Kansas City Chiefs team? Right now. Is Keenan Allen better than any wide receiver on the Chiefs team? Is Keenan Allen better than any receiver on the Baltimore Ravens team? Why didn't the Baltimore Ravens get Keenan Allen over DeAndre Hopkins? Oh, wait a minute. Could it be about business? We're not talking about, again, I appreciate all the film work. You don't need film work for Keenan Allen. All you got to say is Keenan Allen. Okay, we know what he is. If I'm in a room and I hear Keenan Allen, I don't start talking about film work. I start talking about dollars. What does it take to get him? That's all I'm talking about. You take Tyreek Hill. If Tyreek Hill was free right now, does anybody need to go to the film? You might want to go to the film because it's cool. I don't need film to know what Tyreek Hill is. I watched Tyreek Hill change the rules in the game as it pertains to overtime. They were so mad that Tyreek Hill turned a short pass, threw up the deuces before he got halfway to the end zone because no one could catch him, and Josh Allen didn't get an opportunity to get the ball again in overtime. I watched Tyreek Hill change the rules in football. I know what he is. I don't need no film on Tyreek Hill. If somebody came to me talking about Tyreek Hill and I'm in the room, the only thing I'm asking is not about football. I'm asking about the business. Keenan Allen, y'all. We're talking about Keenan like people are doubting Keenan Allen. Some people might doubt Keenan Allen. This actually isn't about doubting Keenan Allen's ability. This is about business. And there's a reason why 31 other teams haven't signed Keenan Allen. I mean, bottom line, I know some people don't like that. It's the cold, hard facts. There's a reason why 31 other teams haven't signed him. How does Cooper Kupp get signed before Keenan Allen? Explain it to me. Explain it. How does he get signed before Keenan Allen? I mean, how does Keenan Allen get signed before Cooper Kupp? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. We're talking about business. Everybody's talking about football with Keenan Allen. We're not talking about football with Keenan Allen. Yeah, we're talking football. Or some of the people on the Cowboys, the Cowboy fans are talking about football. The Cowboys aren't talking about football with Keenan Allen. Talking about business. And there's a reason why no one else has bought him in either. Hey, Top Gunner, that boy Egbuka is crazy. Egbuka is crazy. I tell you right now, I take Egbuka. Hey, man, this might not be popular. Hey, Top Gunner. Man, Egbuka, man, I might take him over Ted. Ted is a bigger wide receiver as well, like Ted. But other than that, man, that boy at Mecca, you go back and look at that tape, that boy gets open. He gets open. He gets separation. He can run away from you. He can run you over in some cases. Man, that boy Mecca is crazy. Spider-Man says, gee, does this look like a Jones free agency or a McClay free agency? I think it looks like a McClay free agency. You tell me what you think, Spider-Man. This don't look like Jerry Jones. This don't look like Jerry Jones to me. This looks like Jerry Jones is not only listening to Will McClay. This sounds like to me that Will McClay is listening to the coaches. Yeah, this don't look like Jerry Jones to me. Jason Lewis, I'm telling you, the Ohio State boys is where I want to go. Aceberg Slim, I want to Mecca. That's where I want. Don't know be the best. He said I'll still bring him in. Flus ain't the head coach. So, don't know be the best. You just created animosity on your team. You just created animosity. No, I wouldn't do it. But I'm not criticizing you for doing it, but I wouldn't do it. Not with what the Cowboys are trying to do now. I'm not doing it. I'm not bringing in Keenan Allen if there's a smidgen of a problem with Eberflus. I'm not doing it. Not only that, it's still about the business too. There's a reason, guys, why 31 other teams have not signed Keenan Allen. For as much as you're telling me he can help the Cowboys, you don't think he can help the Bills? Now, the Bills are looking like they may be trying to move some things around to do it. But if they're moving things around, what is it about? The business. We don't think the Bills could have got Keenan Allen on day one. We don't think the Bills could have got Keenan Allen on day two. You know why the Bills are now talking about Keenan Allen? Because Keenan Allen has made it all the way to day 6. No one has picked up Keenan Allen, and the Bills are hoping maybe we can get Keenan Allen on the cheap. That's what the Bills are hoping. I would be hoping it too. Maybe we can get Keenan Allen on the cheap. That's what they're hoping. Maybe we can get him under a certain price tag. I'm telling you. Sean Brown, let me tell you something. Man, you brought somebody on the team I don't like. I'm telling you now, I'm already looking for the door. I'm looking for the door because you're the type of person to me, you're the type of person to me that you don't understand camaraderie, chemistry, teamwork. You don't understand these things if you're doing this to me as an owner. And Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones, it got even worse when he brought in doggone Ezekiel Elliott. It did. It got worse. Oh, Rufus. Rufus Dodd said, Josh Allen is the great white hope. Man, let me tell you something. Rufus Dodd, I try to stay away from a lot of that stuff. But I can tell you this, Rufus. Somebody got to explain it to me. Somebody got to explain to me why this league wants Josh Allen to be the face of the league. When I heard Stephen A. Smith say that Josh Allen, he would rather Josh Allen make the most money in the league because he has an MVP that they cheated Lamar Jackson out of. He's won in conference championships. Did you notice he didn't say the AFC championships? Did anyone notice he didn't say Super Bowls? He said that a man with a 7-6 playoff record deserves to be the highest paid quarterback in the league over Dak Prescott. Why didn't he say Patrick Mahomes? I would never make the argument for Josh Allen being paid more than Dak Prescott. Because if it's about winning, it's got to be Patrick Mahomes for me or no one else. Anyone else, most of them haven't done anything else either in the grand scheme of things. But again, hey, you said it, Rufus. I don't know. I can tell you this much. It's kind of hard to argue. Because I really don't know the explanation. I'm not saying I agree with you. I just don't understand. I can't understand why do they want Josh Allen so bad to be the face of the league that they would give him an MVP this year that he actually didn't earn. And I also found it something else strange, and I'm gonna get off of Josh Allen because I want to close out Keenan Allen. That Josh Allen is having one of the greatest years of his career. He got engaged. He got an MVP. He got to the AFC Championship game. You're having the year of your life and you didn't win the Super Bowl? No. Y'all, whoever these people are, do not understand that the ultimate goal for any quarterback is to win the Super Bowl. If he's having the year of his life, well, man, what in the world has Patrick Mahomes been enjoying? This is foolishness. I don't understand it, Rufus. That's all I can tell you. You know, you gave one explanation. All I can tell you is I cannot explain it. It's insane to me. Drew 912. You know what? I'm not going to kill you for your opinion on this. Dak needs to play in an NFC Championship game before you compare Dak to Josh Allen. All I will tell you to do, Drew 912, go back and tell me what coach has Dak played for that's better than Sean McDermott. Josh Allen almost got Sean McDermott ran out of town. And Sean McDermott is going to get ran out of town. Sean McDermott will not last 2 more seasons if they don't go to the Super Bowl. You watch what I tell you. Mark it on the calendar. If they go in this season and go below the AFC Championship game, Sean McDermott is done. Watch what I tell you. Josh Allen is going to be a coach and an offensive coordinator killer. Because it's always going to be somebody else's fault with Josh Allen. It's always going to be somebody else's fault. Same thing with Justin Herbert. What is he on now? Third coach, third or fourth offense coordinator? Harbaugh not careful, he's going to be the same way. He's going to be out of there. Don't be the best. Flus deserve everything Keenan said about him. If he ain't man enough to accept accountability, that's on him. I'm still not bringing him on the team. I don't want that conflict on the team. I'm not even going to create this scenario, don't be the best. And I appreciate everything you're saying. But the scenario I refuse to create on this team is players over coaches. I'm not going to create that scenario. Because if I'm Matt Eberflus, I'm sorry, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you chose coach over player. I'm not doing it. Vincent Johnson, you're 100% right. Again, you're still making what you're saying is right. It's just the wrong argument. You're right. It's just the wrong argument. Keenan Allen is not about ability, Vincent Johnson. You're exactly right, brother. It's not about his ability. It's about the business called football. It's the business of football. And I would even dare tell you, I think the business of football is outweighing this. I think the business of football is outweighing this. I don't think this has anything. This may be very small in the equation, and it may not even be an issue. I just brought this in just because I saw it out there. I don't think this is the issue. But if this is a part of the issue, I wouldn't touch it either. The issue with Keenan Allen is the business. It's the business. Because again, we're talking about the Cowboys. What about the other 31 teams? Who's not taking Keenan Allen over Cooper Kupp? Who you got? Keenan Allen or Cooper Kupp? Keenan Allen? I don't understand the Seahawks. If I let go of DK Metcalf, I'm bringing in Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, to me, is closer to DK Metcalf and that type of wide receiver than Cooper Kupp is. If I'm Seattle, Cooper Kupp is actually an upgrade. I don't even know if I call it an upgrade. But he is my Tyler Lockett replacement. He's not my DK Metcalf replacement. Keenan Allen is my DK Metcalf replacement. Why didn't Seattle go get him? Why didn't they go get him? We got to ask ourselves these questions. Why didn't Seattle go get him? It's strange to me that Seattle didn't go get him. They went and got Cooper Kupp. Why did they wait on Cooper Kupp? I said this a couple of days ago. Is it not crazy? Keenan Allen was still on the board the first day of free agency. Keenan Allen didn't leave the board on the pre-free agency run. Keenan Allen was still on the board day 2, day 3. Here we are Saturday, Keenan Allen. We're talking about the Cowboys. No, I'm talking about the league. Why hasn't the league said we want Keenan Allen? Man, we keep talking about the Cowboys. I'm trying to tell us about football business. There is something with the business of Keenan Allen. Because everyone is making the ability argument. I don't think anyone's making that argument. Dominique Pittman, appreciate that super chat. Justin Herbert threw 5 picks in that playoff game and not a peep out of the 3- and 4-letter networks. It's amazing, isn't it? You know what's even stranger, Dominique? What's even stranger that Harbaugh, I get the names mixed up, so let me just say Harbaugh. Does anybody not realize the strategy that Harbaugh had? Harbaugh had a strange strategy for Justin Herbert. Take the ball out of his hand. And by taking the ball out of his hand, he lessened his interceptions. You want to know what happened during the playoff game? The Houston Texans stopped the run. The Houston Texans got up on them. And when the Houston Texans got up on them, that defense destroyed Justin Herbert. Turned him right back into a pumpkin. Turned him right back into a pumpkin. And he was the same Justin Herbert that we've been seeing for years. It's all we've been seeing. But no matter how bad Justin Herbert does, Justin Herbert continues to get the benefit of the doubt. No matter how many playoff games he loses, he was the highest paid quarterback in the league before Dak Prescott for doing absolutely nothing. Actually, for losing in the playoffs, absolutely nothing. And again, I can appreciate everything you're saying, Drew 912. It's amazing to me it doesn't apply to Justin Herbert. It's amazing to me that we might not realize it, but this is only the second AFC Championship game that one Josh Allen has been to. So what classifies you being worth your money, or what classifies you being you're getting all the accolades to Josh? Oh, I forgot. So if you get the 2 AFC Championship games and lose, then you must get put on a pedestal. Well, doggone it then. Put Danny White into the Hall of Fame. Danny White for the Dallas Cowboys deserves to be in the Hall of Fame because if I'm not mistaken, Danny White got the 4 NFC Championship games when he took over for Roger Staubach. Doggone it. Put Danny White into the – man, Danny White put him in the Hall of Fame. I didn't know AFC and NFC Championship games were the mark of a champion. I didn't know that. It's crazy. Don't know be the best that I'd like a Mecca, but I'd rather have 2 number 1s versus a 1 and a 2. I get you there too. Emeka Book is from is far off the CeeDee Lamb. Hey, give him a year. You bring in Ibuka with CeeDee Lamb, I give him 1 year. Emeka, man, this dude's Egbuka's upside is insane. I give him 1 year. I give him 1 year. He'd be 1A. Shoot, Emeka's crazy with it, man. Jason Lewis, I've been trying to say it, man. Double dip, double up, shouty. I'm getting both of them Ohio State players. I'm telling you, man, these dudes are serious with it. Ice Cold, he said Teddy's box office. Angie, she said, if we believe Shotty is the king of communication and unity, why not bring in Keenan Allen in for a cup of coffee? Angie, because we're talking business. Again, the issue or the beef with Eberflus and Allen, it may be very small. It might not even be in the equation. But I can tell you what is in the equation, Angie, the Rebel Chicks. We're talking business. Because, Angie, I'm challenging anybody talking about Keenan Allen. Can you explain to me again why 31 other teams haven't brought him in? We haven't heard a peep about Keenan Allen. At least I haven't. Y'all throw me some links. I've heard no one talking about Keenan Allen. And I said this a couple of it's crazy that Keenan Allen is still out there. It's crazy. That's all I can tell you. It's crazy. Again, we'll talk about Keenan Allen some more. We'll see what the Cowboys do. But I'm just telling you. I'm just telling us. I'm just telling us. My man Suge McKnight, he said, it seems the definition of team sport needs to be explained to Drew. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing to me. Everything is Dak Prescott's fault until we get to everyone else. And then with everyone else, oh, no, they got every excuse. Shady McCoy's always hated the Cowboys. Now, Dwayne, we got to give Shady McCoy, first of all, we got to declare him as absolutely insane when it comes to sports takes. Shady McCoy has a very fanatical fan view of sports. You can tell that Shady McCoy doesn't do a lot of studying on these things before he talks about them. But we got to understand something about Shady McCoy. He has a built-in excuse. He's from Philadelphia, man. Played with the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course he hates Dak Prescott. This man hates the Cowboys. He hates the Cowboys, so we already know what that is. Hey, Jared Thomas. Man, the only one I can even see close is Justin Herbert. Boy, that Justin Herbert is a coach killer. He the only one I can even see close. Don't know be the best. Yeah, I remember that game, and it was kind of strange. And it doesn't mean that what Eberflus or what Keenan Allen said is right. I still wouldn't bring him in if there's some ill will. But again, don't know be the best. I don't think this is the issue. I only brought it up because I saw someone talking about it. And I've seen some threads about it. But I don't even think this is the issue with Keenan Allen. And the reason why, again, don't know be the best, I don't think it's the issue. Because then again, can somebody explain to me why 31 other teams who have way more people than we do watching tape, many of us are one-man bands. We're watching tape and stuff on our own and trying to watch 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Man, these teams have people they can assign to one player and look at all the tape. This is not a tape issue. I'm just telling you, it's not a tape issue it's not a tape issue with Keenan Allen. We're talking about the Cowboys. I'm talking about the NFL. Explain to me again, somebody. Why hasn't 31 other teams called Keenan Allen? Why would the Seahawks pick Cooper Kupp over Keenan Allen? Cooper Kupp hasn't played a full season in 3 seasons. Why would the Seattle Seahawks call Cooper Kupp over Keenan Allen? This is a business issue. I'm just telling you. It's a business issue. It's the only explainable thing. It's a business issue. It's none of these things. It's a business issue. Chanel, you hit it right on the head. Josh Allen has had way better teams, way better coaching than Dak Prescott. Hasn't done anything. Hasn't done nothing. Absolute nothing. It's sad. And they're going to continue to talk about him and Justin Herbert. And they tried to do the same thing. Let me make sure I get his name right. Oh, man. Boy, they tried to do the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. I had to eat crow on Trevor Lawrence. I had to admit to my sons I was wrong. I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be a generational talent. This dude, Trevor Lawrence, they have tried to put everything around this dude every which way but loose. Trevor Lawrence still hasn't won. Suge Midnight, he said, you Dak haters are funnier because you create narratives to make Dak look like he's a bad quarterback, downplaying Dak but praising other players for participation achievements. Crazy work. Man, we continue to try to make these guys be like I don't understand it. That's all I can tell you. I can't even explain it. That's all I can tell you. I can't explain it. Georgie George, what's up? He said, how do you feel about Paris Campbell signing? You know, again, I understand what the Cowboys are doing. Paris Campbell is not the number 2. So as long as I know he's not the number 2, I feel good like James Brown. Bring in competition. Chanel said something. I think it's a beautiful point. He's better than any undrafted free agent you're going to bring in. Bring him in. Bring him in. Let him compete. Let him compete for the number 3 wide receiver spot. Create competition. I like it. I like it. Top Gunner, yeah, he a clown. Remember, this is the same guy who picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl before the playoffs started, yet he's an Eagles fan. Go figure. Yeah, he fair weather. Now keep in mind, Top Gunner, he didn't play, but he played for Kansas City. This man has the fakest Super Bowl ring of all. Even the Towel Boys have Don't know be the best. He said, you probably right, G. Hey, don't know be the best. All the points you're making are good. The points that Vincent Johnson are making is good. Anybody who's saying that Keenan Allen is great, your point is well taken. But I think we may be overlooking a point. We keep asking, why won't Dallas go get Keenan Allen? Why won't anybody else go get Keenan Allen? That's the question that I'm asking. Why won't anybody else go get him? That is a scary thought that no one else will go get Keenan Allen. My biggest supporter, Angie the Rebel Chicks. She says, do you think it's possible for the Cowboys to re-sign Linval and Hankins? Well, as long as they're not signed, it's possible. Angie, it's possible. But, you know, we got to ask ourselves, too. J. Lou, Angie, he went on X. And I made and I think you saw what I put on it. A lot of people have been commenting on what I said about J. Lou. Let me see if I can pull it up. I want to see. Okay. So Jordan Lewis posted this, and I came up under it and posted this. Because I think that with some of these players, Angie, some people may not be realizing, I'm telling you, that 2023 season set wrong with a lot of Cowboys. I'm not talking about fans. I think it's set right with some of the Cowboys. And I think some of the things that Jerry has done over time has not set right with some of these players. And some of these players, man, they don't want to say what D-Law said, but they kind of got a little ill will as it applies to this organization. Look at this. Some of y'all might not have seen this. If you don't follow me on X, please go follow me. This was Jordan Lewis. He said, I talked about the negotiations of my previous contracts. Nothing about what I said was a shot. Jordan Lewis. Sometimes a shot is the truth. And it was true. The Cowboys had basically strung you along with small deals as long as they could. He said it's the nature of the business. See what he said? Business. And the Cowboys sometimes in business can be shrewd operators. He said, I had a better market, business, because I fought so hard for the organization. Let me tell you about Jordan Lewis. Nobody had to go look at the tape on Jordan Lewis this year. Jordan Lewis was jumping off our screens. Every Dallas Cowboy game, with the exception of the one that he missed. Anybody watching the Dallas Cowboys, this dude was jumping off the tape. He was jumping off the TV. He was the best defensive back the Dallas Cowboys had the whole season. Perfect timing. He's saying something. Clickbait is ruining player-fan relations. And again, why is he saying this? Why is he saying all this? He didn't want people to be mad at him for telling the truth. And this is what I said about DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't think what DeMarcus Lawrence is saying is based on any truth he can see in the near future. DeMarcus Lawrence was saying what he's saying based on what the Cowboys had did to them in the past. And I'm telling you, I think that 2023 season did it to a lot of these people. And that's why I came back and said, bro, we got you. No explanation is needed. Who hasn't seen what the Cowboys did to J. Lou as far as stringing him along on that contract or those contracts? You have been underpaid. It's true. We hated to lose you, but we're glad you got your money. You earned and deserve it. Football business. Football business. And Rebel Angie, some of these players, whether we're accepting it or not, some of these players, Angie, they're tripping over football business. That's what they're tripping off of. And that's why maybe we haven't signed Hankins and Linville. Why are they still out there? But again, the Cowboys like to play games. Hey, we'll let you sit out there, and if nobody gets you, then we'll get you back cheap. Mike McCain, he said, don't take this the wrong way, anybody. He said, I'm not a woke person or anything, but facts are facts. The league doesn't like the fact that color quarterbacks have taken over the league. Mike McCain, you know what? I can't really comment on that. But I can just tell you this. The Josh Allen thing to me is insane. Just like the Justin Herbert thing. I don't understand what they're judging him on. Because when someone says, well, Josh Allen is 7-6 in the playoffs, but we give the same thing to Justin Herbert. I don't understand it. We shouldn't even be talking about Justin Herbert. But people talk about Justin Herbert the same way. And Josh Allen. We may not realize it, but other quarterbacks in the past would be looked at by this time as a loser. I wonder if Peyton Manning could have actually made it in this new league. I wonder. Peyton Manning didn't have immediate success. It took Peyton Manning 9-10 years. Drew Brees didn't have immediate success. It took Drew Brees 9 or 10 years. They were not looked at the way that Josh Allen is looked at until they won the Super Bowl. People were literally ready to call Peyton Manning. People were literally ready to call Peyton Manning a bust. Peyton Manning had to get a Super Bowl. He had to get a Super Bowl. He was getting to the point he could no longer ride that Manning name. And his own brother, with a better team, outdid him. Not in stats, not in popularity, but his own brother with a better team got him 2 of them. I'm just telling us. I just wonder if he could have made it. Oh, Bleeding Blue. You said if T-Mac is on the board of 12, we cannot pass him up. Man, Bleeding Blue. Whew. Man, let me tell you something, Bleeding Blue. I would love to have this problem. Bleeding Blue. You're right. It would be hard to put. Again, I told you before. It would be hard to pass up Tet because of size. That's the thing that I like about Tet McMillan. 6'5". He's a cornerback nightmare. I'm just thinking about all the fade routes in the end zone. You can get to Tet McMillan. But when I look at the Mecca, what I see with him, I see a Swiss Army knife with speed. I see a Swiss Army knife with speed. This dude, the Mecca, is crazy. He's crazy with it. Big Cloud, yeah, he coming from the draft. Bottom line. Freddie Morales, my man, what's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, the number 2 wide receiver is coming from the draft. No doubt about it. Freddie, things going great. How things going with you? Nick Burston. Hey, Nick, I'm just asking the question and no one's asking. We're making this into a Dallas Cowboy question, Nick. It's not a Dallas Cowboy question. Why hasn't any other team looked at one Keenan Allen? I don't know, guys. This we keep talking about the Cowboys. It's strange to me. That's all I can tell you. This is absolute strange to me. I don't know any other way to slice it. Because I keep laughing that people keep asking, they keep talking about the Cowboys. Cowboys ought to go get him and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm not tripping on the Cowboys going and getting him. But we're acting like that we're the only team that's not getting him. No one else. Maybe we'll hear something tomorrow. No one else has went and got him. No one else. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But I think one of the reasons is, Nick, is it's business. It has to be the business. Because, again, people have made these arguments that he's better than one Cooper Kupp. Then why did Cooper Kupp go first? Why did Cooper Kupp go first? Angie, not only is J. Lou done with team-friendly deals, this will be the last deal he'll get as far as a big one. That's why he had to take it. Man, for you to be a 32, 33-year-old slot corner and to get more than $20 million a season again, to get the $20 million over 3 years again, nah, you won't get that again. That young man hit the lottery, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him, man. You got to get it in this. You got to get it in this business while you can, because this business is ready to chew you up and spit you out. Don't know be the best. He said, that's an incredible point, G. He said, I'm still upset about us not doing it. If they want us to buy into the team, then do things different. I believe in Shotty. Jones got to show me. And again, let me drop my last point, don't know be the best, as far as Keenan Allen go. I'm about to drop a megaton bomb on this next point. My man, Skeptical Fan. Appreciate that super chat. Skeptical Fan, we're about to get past point number 2 and 3. We've been talking about Keenan Allen. And the question I've been asking is, everybody's actually talking about the Cowboys and Keenan Allen. And the thing that I'm posing to all of us, this isn't an ability issue with Keenan Allen. We got to be asking ourselves, why haven't the other 31 teams picked up Keenan Allen? We're making this into a Dallas Cowboys question. This isn't a Dallas Cowboys question to me. This is an NFL question. Why is everyone else not looking at Keenan Allen either? Why? Whoa, Mike McCain, I know it's the same thing. CBS Sports doesn't even have Keenan Allen listed as a top wide receiver free agent on the board. I saw the same thing. Mike McCain, I saw the same thing, and I said, this is crazy. It says they have Amari Cooper. I said the same thing. It's crazy. I'm telling you, Mike McCain, no one's talking about this, man. It's crazy when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. It is crazy. It is absolute craziness. We keep talking about the Cowboys. No, it's not a Cowboys question, guys. It is a league question. Why Cooper Kupp over Keenan Allen? Why? Why Cooper Kupp over Keenan Allen? I'm just saying. Now, let me give us another issue as we close on Keenan Allen about the business part. People keep saying the Cowboys got all this money, they can still get Keenan. Let me tell you another place the Cowboys don't play that we have to. Hold on a second. So Landor from Wakanda just said, we got Keenan Allen. Let me see here. Are you saying we got Keenan Allen, or are you saying we want Keenan Allen? Because if we got Keenan Allen, I can't wait to see the deal. Now, from what I just saw, it says that the Chargers are eyeing Keenan Allen. Okay, if it's new, I hadn't seen it. Let me know. Send me a link on it. Brandon Hodges. We're going to talk about Michael Gallup here in just a moment, because we're actually going to move past. Tyler Lockett real fast. But again, let me drop the final PowerPoint on us, and then Brandon, we're going to get to Michael Gallup. Let me drop the final powerful point on us. There is a part of the season that the Cowboys absolutely need to save money for. And I guarantee you've heard this here first. I guarantee you no one else is talking about this. They not only need the money for this free agency stuff they're doing. They not only need the money for the draft picks they're going to pick. And again, there will be players right after the preseason games, they're going to get cut. Because we're going to cut some. We may very well, some of these same guys we've been talking about, we picked up in free agency. Don't be shocked if we cut 3 or 4 of them. We may drop 3 or 4 of them. So you never know. And we may not drop 3 or 4 of them because they're bad. We may drop 3 or 4 of them because somebody may drop a player that's better than the player that we have. And we may pick up one of those players in free agency. We got to save money for that part, right? Let me give us the next megaton bomb. We never play at the trade deadline. We have to have money for the trade deadline. We have to have money for in case, we never know what happens at the trade deadline. We need to have money. We need to have money in case there's a player that we want to, we want to not only get him, maybe we want to sign him long term. Maybe there's money, there's a money issue. We got to keep money. We can't just say we're going to blow the whole wad on free agency. We got the draft, we got after the preseason, and then we got the mid. We got the trade deadline, and we never play in that. We got to play in that this year, too. Is going to be vital. Vital. Jameson, good to see you in here. It is vital. We got to have money for all of this stuff. Polo says $30 million for rookies. No, we just got to have more. We just got to have money. I don't know how much we're going to pay for them. But again, we also don't know what's going to come loose in the preseason. We don't know what's going to come loose. We got to be ready. Jerry said people are giving Josh Allen an Olympics treatment like Allen should be bronze medal for losing. Man, that's crazy, ain't it? Somebody said it earlier, man. They loving this man for participation trophies. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm about to say, Matt D, I was about to get excited, but yeah, nothing on Keenan Allen to Dallas. If anything, it looks like the Chargers are trying to bring him back. But I bet you if the Chargers bring him back, I bet you it's going to be at a cheaper price. Yes, sir. Pick up some players before the trade deadline. We got to keep this stuff out there. We got to keep this stuff out there. Skeptical fan said, Hurts won a Super Bowl. Should I say Saquon? Hey, man, the benefits of being on a good team. Paris Campbell, hey, we did his film earlier. He's nothing but he's not the number 2 receiver. They're just bringing him in to see what he is. That's the only thing it is on Paris Campbell. So we don't even have to get upset about Paris Campbell. Now, let's move on to Lockett just for a second. Tyler Lockett is the name we better keep in the back of our minds. Tyler Lockett, to me, I only see 2 teams. Cowboys or the Raiders. Cowboys or the Raiders. Those are the two teams I could see. Pete Carroll, you got Geno Smith. Bring in Tyler Lockett. I actually see them as the favorite for Tyler Lockett. But also, I would not be surprised if Tyler Lockett makes an appearance in Dallas. Why? Because I believe that Tyler Lockett is going to be cheap. Because that's another name you don't hear nobody talking about Tyler Lockett. I haven't heard Tyler Lockett's name since this whole thing opened up. Other than people mentioning him with the Cowboys. I have not heard absolutely nothing on this man. I will not be surprised if he winds up with the Cowboys or the Raiders. I would not be surprised. Jeremy Samples, I mentioned that earlier, man, 88. Shoo, special. Poobie D, hold on, let me go back. Oh, I got you, Poobie D. Yes, sir. 100%. I said the same thing. I didn't know the AFC Championship game and the NFC Championship game were the standard. Because, again, Poobie D. Well, Danny White needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Danny White needs to be in the Hall of Fame. And that's the bottom line. He needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Danny White, I wanted Danny White to go to the Super Bowl so bad, I didn't know what to do. Danny White. Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let me see. As the quarterback. Okay. As the quarterback, Danny White played in 3 NFC Championship games from 1980 to 1982. But Danny White needs to be in the doggone Hall of Fame then. I just didn't know those were the standards. But again, that's what they do for him. Ice Cold said Tyler is a waiver wire deadbeat on fantasy football. Georgia George said Lockett would be getting open for that for that Hail Mary pass from Dak. Am I right? Hey, I'm just saying. How much better would Tyler Lockett be than some of our wide receivers now? Big Max 1984. Don't let it make your stomach hurt. The Cowboys gave up hardly nothing. It's $1 million deal. Yeah, they didn't give up nothing for him. They just want to see what he is. The dude ran a 4.3 140. They want to see if he can come on the team and compete. That's it. That's all they want to see. Free agents. Okay, I'll show you that in just a moment. That's going to be at the end. Let's move on toward. Let's move away from Tyler Lockett. Michael Gallup's story is going to be fast too. The Michael Gallup story. The Michael Gallup story is very interesting. And I did not realize this about Michael Gallup. But the Cowboys should probably be looking at Michael Gallup. Let me show you this interesting story I found about Michael Gallup and the Cowboys. Michael Gallup, of course y'all know, Michael Gallup is still being paid by the Cowboys. Michael Gallup is still being paid by the Cowboys. And for this reason, if there's anybody that should bring back Michael Gallup and see what he is, the Cowboys are already paying him. What will be the big deal if the Cowboys bring him in on a $1 million deal? Because if there is anybody that should reap the benefits of Michael Gallup, it should be the Dallas Cowboys. We're still paying him. Look at this. This is an insane story. Cowboys bringing back $30 million wide receiver using 3% of their cap is a no-risk, no-brainer move. The Cowboys have a unique opportunity to pull value out of cap space that is going to be used regardless of their decision. Sign Michael Gallup to a vet minimum deal and put the $8.7 million in dead money of cap space over 3% he's already taking up to good use. Now, I think this is one of the reasons why Jerry brought back Zeke. Because I think we were still paying Zeke dead money. So Jerry was like, we're already paying him. Let's get him in, for a little bit of money and make use of some of the money we're still paying him. And so as it applies to Michael Gallup. Cowboys are already paying Michael Gallup. So what would be the big deal if they brought him in on $1 million? I would like to see what he is. I would. Gallup has indicated he wants to return to the NFL after a year on the retirement bench. The Cowboys are already spending $31.2 million in cap space on the position, of which Gallup is currently a whopping 28%. What? 28% in dead money. That will be there if he never plays again, or worse, plays somewhere else and is productive. I don't want to stay in this kind of business, but we're getting charged. Add another $1 million to that to actually get production from that sizable chunk should be no-brainer. For those who don't remember, the Cowboys released Gallup in 2023 as a post-June 1st cut, spreading the cap hit from his ill-advised 2022 extension when Dallas chose to re-sign him and let Amari Cooper walk. Boy, we'll never forget that. They signed Amari Cooper. I mean, they signed Michael Gallup and let Amari Cooper walk. And tried to justify letting Amari Cooper walk by signing Gallup to a contract that came back to bite us. Who wouldn't have rather us kept Amari Cooper? I don't care what they're saying about Amari Cooper. I would have rather kept Amari Cooper over Michael Gallup. Man, I'm telling you, don't be the best. Straight up facts. Hey, man, I'd bring him in. If this is what you're talking about, I'd bring him in. You're right, it's good business. You're already paying him anyway. I'm not letting him go somewhere else and paying there too. I'm bringing him here and see what he is. He signed with the Las Vegas Raiders on a one-year deal for $1.75 million plus incentives. He retired the day before he was supposed to report to training camp. Now Gallup wants to make it back in the league after taking a year off. He made $30 million across his career and is already costing the team $8.7 million on the salary cap. So if he's looking to make a comeback in the league, the Dallas Cowboys should be the team that reaps the reward. Yes. Facts. More than likely, Gallup is going to be available for the league minimum deal. If not, then more power to him and the team investing a substantial amount into his comeback. But if he can be had for $1.2 million in base salary and a signing bonus of $200,000, then it would be outright foolish for the Cowboys not to be the team to give it to him. Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm bringing back Michael Gallup. If Michael Gallup tried to make a comeback, I'm bringing back Michael Gallup. I got to see what he is. If there's anybody who's going to get that money for Michael Gallup, man, it's going to be me. I got to see what he is. I do. This is crazy what we're paying for one Michael Gallup. Ice cold. Well, we're going to pay him. We're going to pay him. If he don't play, we're paying him. But if he plays, I want it to be here. I do. Jared, Dak will be in the top 5. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, Dak will be top 5. Dak going to be off the chain this year. Dana Jet, I don't know if that's a pun or not, but it's pretty funny. You said Gallup lost a step. Yeah, he lost more than a step. I'm still bringing him in. I gotta see what he is. I gotta see what this dude is. I do. Big Mace 1984. Yeah, man, he a camp body. Now, Big Mace, I was talking about this earlier. One of the things the Cowboys are doing, Big Mace, that they haven't done in the past, they're creating an atmosphere of competition. And it's exactly what you want. Bring in these number 1, number 2s. Bring in these former number 1 and number 2 draft picks, which they are number 1 and 2 draft picks, just not in this draft. Bring them in. See what they got. Let them compete with people who think that this job is theirs. No, you let him compete. Man, I'm putting Jalen Tolbert on notice. I'm letting Jalen Tolbert know up front, bro, you on notice. And we're not even talking about the season, bro. You on notice in the preseason. Yes, sir. Don't be the best. I'm telling you, man. I got to see what he is. Exactly, Chanel. We had $6 million on the books for Zeke when he brought him back. Jerry said this a business move. Jerry said this a business move, Chanel. Jerry said we going to bring this joker in. He going to earn that $6 million even though they didn't let him earn it. Don't be the best. He said we should have kept Coop, no doubt. Man, Amari Cooper. Could y'all imagine Amari Cooper in 2023? CeeDee Lamb came into his own in 2023. Could we imagine Amari Cooper against the Green Bay Packers? Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. Brooks probably wouldn't have been here. But having those two on the outside against Green Bay, I would have felt a lot better. Dominique Pittman, I said it. Too much bad blood between Cooper and the front office. Ain't no way. And the only way he would come back, Dominique, it'd have to be a deal that would make him forget. It would. Same with Aaron Rodgers, G. Why would he be getting ripped as much as he has if conference title games were the standard? He's been the 5, man. And Aaron Rodgers is probably one of the top 3 throwers I've ever seen throw the football in my life. Don't be the best said not playing him that much for him to play somewhere else. Man, me neither. I wish that Joker would talk about coming back. Shoot, we gotta have a conversation. Only place you coming back is here, bro. 70s fans said they gave Gallup the bag when he was still injured. Crazy. Should have kept Coop. Don't be the best. I'm with you. I ain't paying him that much to play somewhere else. I don't understand it. Yes, sir, Jared. You know we got to speak truth about our man Dak. Mike McCain, the Cowboys are not actually paying him dead money from a contract portion that was guaranteed to Gallup. Exactly, but I'm still playing him. I'm still getting him because we're giving him that doggone money. That's that guaranteed part of the money. Hey, I gotta have him in here. I gotta have him in here. I do. Yeah, dead money means you're paying him. Yeah, I gotta have him in here. Yes, sir. I gotta have him in here. Because the point was to have him in here while you were paying the dead cap money for the most part. Showtime 53, what's up? He says CD, Rookie, Mingo, Gallup, Campbell, Tolbert. Sounds good to me. Yes, sir. And do not count out Tyler Lockett. I would not be surprised if he made his way here if he doesn't make his way to the Raiders. Whoa. Christian McCaffrey just got traded to the Las Vegas Raiders, according to David Everett. Boy, those San Francisco 49ers are gutting that team. Man, let me tell you something. Brock Purdy, bruh. Man, let me tell you, Brock Purdy might better be looking for a job if this. Somebody got to tell me what would be the point of keeping Brock Purdy. We saw what he was with weapons. We saw what he was without weapons. Man, why in the world would they keep Brock Purdy? Golly, that's crazy. Yep, Poobie D. Gallup was nice in his prime for a second. Iceberg said, I'm starting to hear Matthew Golden too much for the draft. Matthew Golden too much on the draft show. Oh, they love him. They love Matthew Golden. I'm sorry. Matthew Golden, Iceberg Slim. Matthew Golden might be the first wide receiver off the board. Might be the first wide receiver off the board. Yeah, the Sean Brown, the Coop stuff was some politics. There was some politics stuff. Gopher will be the best 4th option in the league. Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys are trying to, they got their depth. Now they're going to be a competition. And this is what I was talking about, Kelvin Jefferson, because in the past, how many training camps have we came to and everybody already knew what the board was. Everybody knew what the depth chart was. What's the incentive if the depth chart is fixed? What's the incentive? Everybody not named CeeDee Lamb, I'm erasing their name on the wide receiver depth chart. Offensive line, I'm erasing everybody's name. Zach Martin's gone now. I'm erasing everybody's name off the depth chart. Best player is the starter. Yeah, I am too, Top Gun. I'm really ready because the stuff that we saw for the last 3 years with Mike McCarthy, people do not understand how much Dak did with less on that doggone thing. Don't be the best. He said we would have no need for Cooks if we didn't trade Coop. Exactly. He wouldn't have been on the team. Yep, he wouldn't have been on the team. Exactly. Freddie says, this is going to catch me some heat, but I like the signings the boys have done so far. Nothing but second and third tier players. No star big name free agents because those star players aren't hungry anymore. Freddie, I love it too. They're creating an atmosphere of hunger. They're creating an atmosphere of guys who want to prove they're still it. I love it. Michael Gallup has a better coaching staff. Yeah, I like that. I'm with you. Contract said Cooper is number one. You know what? That was a part of it. I just would have gave CeeDee Lamb more money. Hector said Lockett will spell Tolbert. Man, that George said Cooper will get over consistently. Oh, man, I love it. All right, I'm waiting for the news to roll down about Christian McCaffrey. So, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. So, if I'm the Raiders and I got Christian McCaffrey, so do I still get Ashton Jeanty? Do I still get Ashton Jeanty? You know, it's crazy that this came out. I don't understand why no one's talked about this. They said this happened a couple of days ago. What? This is kind of crazy. I don't really see this. Let's see. I don't really see this as something that has happened. I see it on some obscure sites, but I don't see it on. It said they're predicted to trade him, but I hadn't seen the trade. All right, let's go to NFL.com. Let's see here. I haven't seen it. Okay, we'll do Brian Broaddus last because I want to go to the remaining free agents since we're talking about the Christian McCaffrey trade. I don't see anything on NFL.com on it, but they're talking about this was 2 days ago. I don't see where this is official yet. Yeah, I don't see where this is official yet. Because again, I mean, if they're going to trade for, if they're going to make that trade, then, man, the Raiders are in a very peculiar position. They could literally trade out of first place. I mean, trade out of number 6 if they don't want Jeanty. And the Raiders could get even more players. Let me see here. Yeah, this is not something that's done yet. I think it's something that they're talking about, but it hasn't been done yet. Yeah, because this is the Raiders right here. Yeah, nothing about Christian McCaffrey. Yep, don't see nothing about him on there. And while we're on NFL.com, let's look at the remaining free agents. But again, man, it's crazy that CBS, they don't even have Keenan Allen on the top 100. And even when you think about here, watch this. People can tell me anything they want to, and I'll listen to you. Don't get me wrong. I'll listen to you talk. But I think this is crazy too. Look who the top free agent available is left. It's Amari Cooper. They don't have Keenan Allen. They have Amari Cooper. They have Amari Cooper as a top free agent available. They don't have Keenan Allen up here. They don't have Keenan Allen. They got Amari Cooper above Keenan Allen. I know that's not going to sit well with the Keenan Allen fans. It is what it is. They have Keenan Allen above. They have Amari Cooper above Keenan Allen. And Keenan Allen is not even, he's at the bottom of the list. I actually would love for the Cowboys to bring in Asante Samuel. I've heard some grumblings about Stephon Diggs. Don't think that's going to happen. I still wish the Cowboys would bring in Calais Campbell, Azeez Ojulari. Zadarius Smith, I think he would be a great addition to the Cowboys. I've heard some grumblings about Stephon Gilmore, some whispers. We'll see what happens there. And there's Keenan Allen. Yep, Keenan Allen, 33. And that's probably playing into some of the things the teams are talking about too. He's 33 years old, I'm telling you. Keenan Allen, to me, is not the type of wide receiver you're saying he's in a 3-year plan. If I'm looking at Keenan Allen, I'm in the win now mode. I am. Neo, not from the Matrix. He said Genty to the Bears then, and maybe Hampton to the 49ers. Man, I'm telling you. But again, this thing with Christian McCaffrey, have not seen it come to fruition yet. Have not seen that come to fruition. So I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one just yet. But that is what's being said. But again, when you look at the top free agents left, and it's even crazier to me because CBS didn't have him in the top 100 to begin with. He's not on here. And in their wide receiver run, they don't even have, of course, you look at the wide receivers here, they don't even have Amari Cooper on theirs. Yeah, they don't even have Amari Cooper. But again, I'm telling us, guys, as it applies to one Keenan Allen, we're asking the wrong thing. This isn't a Dallas Cowboys question. We're making this into a Dallas Cowboys question. And we're beating the Cowboys over the head by saying, why won't the Cowboys go get him? Well, why won't somebody else go get him? He's available for everybody to get. Why won't everybody else go get him? And maybe the reason why the Cowboys haven't went and got him is the same reason everybody else hasn't went and got him. I'm just saying. Maybe it's the same reason why everybody else hasn't went and got him. Because it's strange to me that he's still out here. Because I think Keenan Allen, again, when the Bears got Keenan Allen, I was mad. I thought the Cowboys had an opportunity to get him, but they didn't. But again, no one knows what Keenan Allen's agent is talking about. Because to me, I just think that Keenan Allen should be in Super Bowl mode. And Keenan Allen should probably be looking at one of these teams saying, I want to go to a team I believe this can win the Super Bowl right now. Just saying. Something isn't right. I think with him, we're talking about business. Let's see. Says the 49ers placed a second-round tender on Jordan Mason 21 seconds ago. They're trading Jordan Mason to the Vikings. Wow. 2-year, $12 million deal. He's a part of the plan. $7 million fully guaranteed. They're in win now mode. I've been hearing some crazy stuff about Aaron Rodgers. There are some teams that are really wanting Aaron Rodgers. I've heard the New York Giants, but I've also heard the Minnesota Vikings. I've heard the Pittsburgh Steelers want him, but I've also heard the Minnesota Vikings want him too. Man, you put Aaron Rodgers on the Minnesota Vikings with those weapons, I'd like to see what he could do. But U Stadium is reporting, breaking, 49ers trading Jordan Mason to the... Man, I really don't know what this means as far as Brock Purdy goes. But if I'm the 49ers, I'm going to keep it a buck. If I'm the San Francisco 49ers, if I'm starting over the way they are, why do I need Brock Purdy? Why do I need Brock Purdy? Because with the weapons they're going to have around Brock Purdy, man, he's going to be trash. Brock Purdy will be trash. We saw what he looked like without him. Brock Purdy is going to be trash with no weapons. They all need weapons, but he especially needs weapons. I don't understand. What's the point in keeping Christian? I mean, yeah, Zaire, he said it's capped. Yeah, it's being talked about. It hasn't happened. But even with they've been pretty much gutting the team. Man, that's crazy to me. Iceberg Slim, 49ers want Genty. Hey, man, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. Ice Cold, yes, sir. I agree with you. Hit that like button. I'm telling you, don't know be the best. It's the only explanation. There are some politics there, and I think it's the football business. Because the question is, what does he want to play for? What is he asking people for? I heard he was asking for 13 or 14 million. That's what I heard. I heard Keenan Allen is asking for 13 or 14 million. Makes sense though, doesn't it? Based on what Cooper Kupp got and Keenan and Devontae Adams, he probably feels like he's somewhere in between that. Not going to happen. I'm just telling us. It's just not going to happen. That's all I can tell us. Somebody wrote, I looked on X, and there are people saying stuff like 2 years, $24 to $30 million. Not happening. It's not happening. It is not happening. Not with the Cowboys, at least. It's not happening. Sport Track's talking about Keenan Allen. I'll just show you some of these X things here. Talking about Keenan Allen, $16 million a year, yes or no? No, it's not happening. Kyle D says Keenan Allen thinks he's got about 2 to 3 years, $30 million in career earnings left. I'd cry laughing if Joe Hortis gives out the first baseball contract in the NFL and hits Keenan with a 10-year, $33 million fully guaranteed. This dude is crazy. Chargers country, Keenan would get a 1-year deal in the $7 to $8 million range. And I think that's what he's saying he's not taking right now. I just think he's saying he's not taking that. I don't think anyone's taking this stuff. Somebody said I'd pay him $15 million if Cooper Kupp got $15 million. Cooper Kupp, I'm glad you got your money. But if I'm the GM, ain't no way I'm paying that. Keenan on a 2-year, $18 million deal, and Dobbins can come back on a 4-year, $60 million. I'm just telling you this stuff that they're talking about. This is the part why he's not signed. We're talking football business stuff. This is why he's not signed. It's just not happening. Says DeAndre Hopkins got $6 million. DeMarcus Robinson, $4.75 million. The Bears can probably pay Keenan back, bring Keenan back for about $7 to $9 million. Okay, let's see it. I'm just telling us, guys, it ain't happening. And these numbers right here, boy, that's crazy. Look at this right here. Keenan got paid. He ain't seeing none of these paydays no more. $23 million for 1 year, that's crazy work. Keenan, get your money. I am not mad at you, bro. But I can tell you this, Cowboys aren't paying those kind of numbers for Keenan Allen. And again, it's not just the Cowboys. No one else is either. That's why Keenan is still out there. No one else is paying that stuff, guys. They're just not. Showtime, appreciate that super chat. Hey, Showtime, you already know. I'm just telling you up front what I'm doing. If the draft was tomorrow, what would you do? I already got mine up here. Let me show you again. I had this up here the other day. I already got my first draft. I made it on my own. I'll fancy it up with some graphics next week. This is where I am right here. I'll tell you up front where I am. I'm going wide receiver in the first round. Ted McMillan, Golden, Emeka Egbuka. Me, Emeka is my favorite. I understand, though, Ted McMillan is kind of hard to pass up with the size. Golden is hard to pass up with the speed and the productivity. Emeka is hard to pass up with the productivity and the speed, too. Ted McMillan, though, what you're getting, I'm just saying, Ted is the size. That's what you're getting with Ted, and I think that's why a lot of people don't want to pass him up. But I'm good with Emeka. You give me Emeka, I'm good. You give me the second round draft pick, I'm either going to Marion Hampton, or Travion Henderson. I'm going wide receiver and running back in that first round. First and second round. That's where I'm going. Wide receiver and running back. I would. Cornerback or trade to the third and fourth. A lot of people saying they think the Cowboys may get a cornerback. I'm not doing it. I'll get that cornerback somewhere else. But I'll get that cornerback in the third if somebody want to. I'm just not doing it. I want to see what Kyer Elam is. I really want to see. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see what Kyer Elam is until after the draft. So if the Cowboys want to address the cornerback, I think they're going to have to decide, or if at least it was me, I'm deciding on what I'm doing in the third round between defensive end, cornerback, or if I'm going to go on offensive line. But 1 and 2, I'm going nowhere but wide receiver and running back. I got to do it. When I look at Zeke and CD, it's telling me I got to go 1 and 2, wide receiver and running back. Because if I'm not getting Keenan Allen, if I'm not getting Amari Cooper, I'm not leaving CD Lamb with this cast. And as much as I like Jonathan Mingo, I'm not taking that chance on Jonathan Mingo. I'm hoping that Jonathan Mingo creates a problem for me that I want to have. And the problem that I want to have the problem that Jonathan Mingo is so doggone good he's challenging the number 2. I want that problem. We want those headaches. We want the headache that Jonathan Mingo is so good. He's challenging who we draft. We want those headaches. But I'm not trusting not drafting a wide receiver. I'm not doing it. This wide receiver, this draft has some great wide receivers. I'm not doing it. The running back room, y'all book it. Running back is either in the first or the second. Will not be shocked if it's in the first. I will not be shocked if the Cowboys go ahead and get Amari Hampton in the first round. If Ted McMillan is not there, they might try to get him in the first, and you never know, and try to gamble and see if Egbuka or somebody is on the back end. But the Cowboys are going running back and wide receiver in 1 and 2. Book it. Absolutely book it. Might even shock us. The Cowboys could really knock our socks off. The Cowboys might mess around and go wide receiver, running back, and running back. 1, 2, and 3. They might blow our minds. But I do think they're going running back twice. I think they're going running back twice. And the guy who I think they're going to get, because they've already been talking about it, I think this Damian Martinez guy. I heard that name associated with the Cowboys. I will not be surprised if they get him in the 5th. I will not be mad if they get Marcus Jones. Bashul Tootin is an absolute dream. I think he's going off the board in the 2nd or the 3rd the way he performed in the combine. Bashul Tootin was rated as a 5th-round draft pick, but Bashul Tootin will not be a 5th-round draft pick after the combine. And I hope they double up on wide receivers. I hope they bring in either Jimmy Horn Jr., somebody like Dante Thornton. You guys have thrown out some people. I want them to double up at wide receiver and running back. I want them to have a ferocious competition at those positions because we need those positions to be so potent. Those positions have got to be incredible for the Cowboys. They have to be incredible. And again, I know some of us, like I said, we like Keenan Allen, but I would much rather the Cowboys go to the draft. I just would. I would much rather them go to the draft, get a guy you can have for 4 or 5 years rather than a guy you can only have maybe for 2 and might even be a 1-year deal. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Unless Keenan is going to give the Cowboys a great deal. If the Cowboys could get Keenan Allen on like a 3-year, $15 million deal guaranteed. 3-year, I just don't think he's going less than Cooper Kupp, though. Just like Najee Harris messed it up for Rico Dowdle. Cooper Kupp messed it up for anybody wanting Keenan Allen. Because I guarantee you, Keenan Allen is saying in his mind, him and his agent, we're not going below Cooper Kupp. We're not going below Cooper Kupp. So if the Bills come with it, they better come with it. They better come with it. That's all I can say. They better come with it. 808, he said it's all over Twitter by ESPN sources. Are we talking about McCaffrey? Iceberg Slim said Amari Cooper cussed Jerry and Steven out on the way out the door. Wow, I didn't hear that one. This is what you're talking about. Is out all over the social media. Rodgers to the Vikings. Same thing Favre did in his career. We're going to see. I've been hearing them talk about it. Jared, hey. Jared, I just think Purdy can go ahead and mark it up. Now, y'all might not remember this. If No Cap was on here, I ain't seen him in a while. He would attest to what I said about Brock Purdy or what I said about Kyle Shanahan. Y'all better realize, I said it before, Kyle Shanahan's a shrewd operator. I said it before, I say it again. Anybody that was chalking up this deal, Brock Purdy gonna get more than Dak Prescott, get the Dak Prescott money. I said, I said it way back when. Kyle Shanahan's a shrewd operator. I wouldn't even blink if somebody said that the San Francisco 49ers decided to go a different direction as it applies to Brock Purdy. I wouldn't be surprised, Jared. Because I'm telling you, Kyle didn't think he was it. Mike McCain, they already offered Brock Purdy a $45 million contract. They don't want to pay him 50 or more. Exactly. Hey, he better take that while he can, Mike McCain, because I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan is a shrewd operator. They'll just go a different direction. Dominique got me rolling up in here. Dominique Pittman, you got me rolling because I feel exactly what you said. You said play it. You said pay him $70 million, please. Boy, you got me rolling up in here. I know exactly what you're talking about. You said pay him. Pay the man because that'll ruin him for years right there, boy. That'll ruin him for years. Playmaker. Allen actually fits the big wide receiver catch, huge radius to Dak needs. Yeah. But again, playmaker, I'm just telling you. If we're saying this about Dak, so what does this mean about other teams? Why haven't they signed him? It's the $1 million question. Why is Keenan Allen still out there? How in the world did Cooper Kupp go before Keenan Allen? I'm just saying. No one wants to ask the question, but I'm asking it. It's the $1 million question. We keep talking about Dallas. What about the other 31 teams? This has got to be some kind of business issue. Timothy, I'm adding Gallup if that joker coming back, I'm adding him to the competition room for sure. Yeah, Jordan Mason, Hector, them Minnesota Vikings, they're trying to get in the win now mode. And this may be one of the reasons why we're hearing talks of Aaron Rodgers. Ice cold. Ice Cold Cowboy said pay Purdy $1 billion. Boy, y'all got me rolling up in here, man. Y'all got me rolling. Ty Church, Raiders, that's what I'm thinking, Ty Church. There's no way I would trade for Christian McCaffrey. Why would I take on Christian McCaffrey's salary? And they run around here talking about this man got some kind of crazy. Man, I don't know what they talking about this dude got. Man, this stuff they talking about this dude got, this Achilles stuff, ain't no way I'm paying him. Ain't no way I'm paying him. Robert M., come on, my man. Come on with it. Hey, I appreciate a $100 super chat, my brother. Man, you got me feeling funny with that $100, man. Robert M. said, thanks for making sense with the Cowboys free agency. Price personally for me. It's Fowler and then a Band-Aid on a battleship. Jerry trying to sell us snake oil again. Hey, Robert M. Much love, my brother. Much love to you. Man. I appreciate you. We definitely going to put that into the channel, my man. Definitely going to put that into the channel. You know, again, Robert M., I think the Cowboys have done something that's very unique. The Cowboys have created a situation. There's going to be competition in training camp, something that we haven't seen before. They're creating competition. They're trying to hit the lottery by finding a lot of first-round draft pick, second-round draft pick with Paris Campbell, creating an atmosphere of hunger, hoping that will create this hunger in everybody and elevate this team to another level, which I think it can do nothing but help because they've never done this stuff in the past. I'm telling you, usually we already know the Cowboys depth chart before they even go into the draft. We even know the Cowboys depth chart down to this science. Even if they don't have a player in the position, we know that the player they draft is going to be on that depth chart. Tyler Guyton, we knew he was going to be the left tackle. No competition. Cooper Beebe, center, no competition. We kind of know now that based on what they brought in, and I'm waiting on Will Hernandez. That is the next domino I'm waiting to drop. Bring in Will Hernandez and create even more competition. And then what you do in the draft, more competition. But again, man, boy, I appreciate that $100 super chat. To God be the glory. God bless you, my brother. Andy said, can I borrow some? Andy said, can I borrow some money? Hey, I'm telling you. Man, Robert Hill done blessed me tonight. Man. Thank you, my brother, for sure. Randy Jackson said, why is Amari in the top 100? I'm just telling you. Dominique said, oh, snap. Yes, sir. That man, Robert M. Day 1995, he said, where you get this? That man Dan said, nah, hey, man, I tell you what. I never ask a man where he get it. I know Robert M., he got it honestly. The Bible says it's more blessed to give than to receive. Boy, I so appreciate that. God will give you back to you tenfold. You appreciate that. Sean Brown, Kyle is shady. He threw his own daddy under the bus. He's a shrewd operator. I'm just telling us. Miss Matrix, what's going on? Yeah, that man Robert M. coming through for sure. For sure. Let me see here. Let's get to our last topic real quick. I ain't gonna cut us short. Robert M, man, he done blessed me tonight, man. I can't cut us short. Robert M, he said love y'all, man. Yes, sir, we appreciate you. Azteca, supporting the content creators. That's what's up. Yes, sir. Let's see here. Randy Jackson. I don't know about Keenan Allen, but I can tell you about Amari Cooper. There is a rap out there on Amari Cooper that he disappears against number one receivers. There are some things out there about Amari Cooper. I think people sometimes get mad that he won't play hurt. Also, he seems to be one of these. Amari Cooper is a thinker. Let me put it to you like that. Amari Cooper is a thinker. And Amari Cooper, from what I've heard, he's one of these guys, he questions things. He was questioning like stuff that Mike McCarthy was doing. And he didn't want to get the shot. That I heard that was one of the things that people were talking about. So he's a thinker. He thinks different. And so I think that may be one of the reasons why he's out there. People will put stuff out on you. This is a when you think about the NFL, man, again, it's a business. And it's one of those things where, man, people get to putting stuff out on you. Man, people get to putting stuff out on you. I'm just saying. Robert M, fan 668 through all of it, man. Hey, you a little bit older than me then. Because I've been a fan. Hey, I was born in 70. So I watched the 70s Cowboys. So I was born a fan. I didn't know nothing but the Cowboys. That's the only thing I've known. So, yeah, Eric Green, what's going on? We talked about that already. Angie said amen. Yes. And Ice Cold Cowboy, he throwing down some Spanish out there. Hey, all I can tell you is I know this about Kyle Shanahan. He's a shrewd operator. That joker's a shrewd operator. Freddie Morales, they hadn't traded him yet, but there is talk. They're talking about trading him. But if they trade McCaffrey, then to me, Purdy done. Purdy done. Troy Dudley says teams don't have to play games with these wide receivers with perceived issues on their backside. And, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, Ash Tucker, he's a cerebral dude. I agree with you. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Chanel, he said, cheers to you, Robert M. Yes, sir. I 100% concur. Derek Jones, yeah, Lamb is number one. And guys, you know what? I'm asking the question. You know, we're talking about Keenan Allen. Again, I'm just going to say it again. I'm just telling you how Jerry Jones thinks. Jerry Jones is saying something to us, guys. He considers CeeDee Lamb to be him. He's saying we don't need a Keenan Allen to go with CeeDee Lamb. I think he's telling us that. He really thinks, and I'm not dogging because I love CeeDee Lamb. Top 3. Some may say top 5, top 3. He's just saying, man, if we can just get him somebody that's better than what we have in the draft. Jerry, they're going to the draft. I'm just telling you. Steve Campanella. Cooper comes off like a diva. I could see people saying that part too. And this is, I think this is a part of the knock on him. When people say stuff disappearing, they're saying he's not tough. I think that's what they're saying. They're saying that kind of stuff. 70s fan, you got that part right. I heard that boy is a straight up chess master. I heard that boy straight up chess master. For real. Missouri right tackle. I've heard talk about him. Round 1, don't be surprised. I heard that too. Terrence Steele moved to right guard or traded. Rob Jones to right guard over Hoffman. Yeah, I've heard that the guy from Missouri you're talking about. I've seen it. Ice Cold Cowboy. Did I say 1870? I thought I said 1970. Uncle Jerry, what's going on? Yeah, they blowing it up in San Francisco. That's another reason why I'm kind of like, well, you might as well let go of Brock Purdy. I mean, you might as well let go of Brock Purdy. That's all I can tell you. Because he'll be nothing without, he'll be nothing without weapons. He'll be nothing without weapons. We've seen him with weapons, and that's one of the things that I think that Kyle Shanahan is saying. We've seen him with weapons. Ice Cold, you killing me. Ice Cold said Purdy deserves $500 million. Boy, y'all killing me out here, man. Chanel. Dallas put out there Amari takes plays off. That critique came from McCarthy. Now, Chanel. Boy, the Cowboys are notorious for some of this type of stuff. Boy, you got to be careful with the Cowboys. They'll kill you on the way out the door. Cowboys will kill you on the way out the door, man. They will. Cowboys will kill you on the way out the door. All right, let me go check some of these super chats. Y'all trying to match Robert M. Neo, not from the Matrix. He said, did we sign linebacker Sanborn from Chicago? Yes. I don't see him on the NFL free agency tracker. Paris Campbell's already there. Yes, we did sign Sanborn. And this dude, I believe, is going to be an absolute beast. Angie Rebel Chick, she said, G, do you think it's wise to put that much pressure on a rookie wide receiver? Now, Angie, you asked a great question. Again, appreciate that super chat, Neo. Let's ask your question a different way, Angie. Will this put pressure on the rookie, or will it take pressure off CeeDee Lamb? That's the question. The Cowboys are telling us, Angie, CD is him. Man, let me tell you something. When Jerry Jones personally asked you to wear 88, Jerry is saying something. You him. And I want you to be him. That's what he's saying. They're saying that CeeDee Lamb, and this is the part, I'm just telling us, you may not like what I'm telling you. D-Block will tell you, he said that the Cowboys would love, that Jerry would love me. I'm just telling you based on what I see and how I heard Jerry talk. Jerry believes CD is him. Jerry isn't looking at this like, I need another number one. I need someone to relieve pressure off my number one. If we wanted the number one, we would have got Devontae Adams. We wouldn't be talking about Keenan Allen. I'm sorry, y'all. We would not be talking about Keenan Allen. And that's no dig on Keenan Allen. If the Cowboys wanted another number one receiver, we wouldn't be talking about Keenan Allen. Let me tell you who we'd be talking about. We would have been talking about Devontae Adams, or we would have told the Seattle Seahawks, we're going to give you our second round pick because to me, he's the only wide receiver. And the only reason why I'm saying this about him is because of his age. If we would have picked up Devontae Adams, I still would have said we need to go in the draft and get a wide receiver in the first or the second round. But with DK Metcalf, I'm not going in the draft to get a wide receiver with DK Metcalf. I'm not doing it. DK Metcalf is the wide receiver. I'm signing him for $30 million a year, and he's going to be the same amount of time as CeeDee Lamb, or maybe a year past. He is officially a 1B. You can't even dare call DK Metcalf a number two. I can't even call Devontae Adams. I'm telling you, Devontae Adams walks through the door, and he ain't taking on number two. And DK Metcalf walking the door, he's not taking on number two. If Jerry wanted that caliber of receiver, we would not be talking about Keenan Allen. Because he wouldn't have let those other two slide. But he's telling us, at least in my estimation, based on what we keep seeing, it's not about the fact that I want a 1B. Me, I would love a 1B. He's saying CeeDee Lamb is him. All I want is somebody to take pressure off CeeDee Lamb. Somebody else who can get open. Somebody else who can run routes. Somebody else who can hit their head on the goalpost. You can get that in a rookie. And then the question becomes, Angie, now you get CeeDee Lamb back where you want him. Because the question becomes, if you get a really good top flight rookie wide receiver, who do you double? Now, the other part of this equation, that rookie has to literally prove I can beat number 2 cornerbacks. And in some cases, he's probably going to have to prove he can beat a number 1 cornerback, because I've already told you my strategy. They used to use these strategies in the 90s. They would put the number 2 wide receiver and a linebacker or a safety or another nickel. They would let them double the number 1 receiver and put the number 1 cornerback on the number 2 receiver. And boy, when you do that, you put a team in a chokehold. You put a team in a chokehold, because any throw you throw to your number 1, it's got to be tight window. Any throw you throw to your number 2, it's got to be tight window. Unless your number 2 can. And the other thing is, if you get one of these wide receivers, first pick, I wouldn't call them a 1B. They're probably going to be more like a 1C. They're going to be better than a 3. And some of them might be an inch or a little bit above a 2. But by the next season, you'll be cooking. You'll be cooking. The next season, you'll be cooking. And you will not only be cooking the next season, you'll be cooking for 2 or 3 more seasons. And when you get these type of rookies, they think they're him too. I guarantee you, Ted McMillan coming to this league, Ted McMillan going to think he him. And I think with Ted McMillan is going to be a problem for a lot of cornerbacks regardless, because he's so tall. There are just certain things you can't teach. And one of them is height. You can't teach height. You either tall or you're not. You 6'5" or you're not. That is hard for a lot of cornerbacks to deal with. Ted McMillan is going to be a problem in this league. There is no doubt about it in my mind. Ted McMillan is going to be a problem. But again, Angie, you asked a great question. I don't think there's so much as worried about getting the pressure or putting pressure on a rookie. I think they want the pressure off CD. They're trying to find a way to alleviate CD Lamb from being double covered all the time. And I think any one of these rookies can do that. Any one of these top 5 rookies, there's no doubt in my mind. Ted's going to do it. Ted going to do it on size alone. Ted going to be a problem. Whoever gets McMillan, he is going to be a problem in this league. Emeka is going to be a problem in this league. Emeka is going to be a problem in this league. In the story, he's going to be a problem. The kid Downs, he's going to be a problem. Downs is a crazy possession receiver. These top five wide receivers are going to be crazy. Showtime 53, appreciate that super chat. He says Keenan Allen defense. Oh, he said in Keenan Allen's defense. Did we hear anything about this in San Diego? Now, the only thing that I could think of, and really, I don't even know what we're hearing with Keenan Allen. I just think with Keenan Allen, I don't think it's an attitude thing. The Matt Eberflus thing, I only showed that because I saw some threads on it. I just think the Keenan Allen thing is a business thing. It's the only thing that makes sense. Now, the only thing that anybody could have put out on Keenan Allen in San Diego, or now the Los Angeles Chargers. I was looking this up the other day. Keenan Allen's injuries. Now, Keenan Allen in Los Angeles, Keenan Allen had a few injuries. It's the only thing anybody could talk about him. But I don't think anybody will tell you that Keenan Allen is a bad receiver. I just don't think you're going to get that from anybody. I don't think Keenan Allen's stats, and that's why I keep saying the same thing about Keenan Allen. He's been around the league too long. I don't think anybody is having to convince anybody about the productivity of this man. Let's put it up on the screen. This isn't a productivity issue. That's why I'm like, when people start talking about this man's productivity, it's not a productivity issue. None of this has nothing to do with productivity with Keenan Allen. This has to be business Showtime. It's the only thing that makes sense. It has to be business. It has to be business. Look at it. It has to be business. I don't need to show you the tape. And I want to caution us. Because we got people who criticize people who use stats. Understand this. Stats, tape, box scores. They're all a part of the same story. They're all a part of the same story. Now, if you only use one part, you can tell the story you want to tell. But if you use all three parts, that's the part we have to understand. When you use all three parts, they tell the complete story. Man, we try to criticize people for some of the craziest stuff. Why would we criticize somebody for using stats? I can look at Keenan Allen's stats and never look at tape and know, this dude's pretty doggone good. How do I know? Well, look at his stats. His stats tell the story. This dude had 13, almost 1,400 yards in 2017, 1,200 in 2018, 1,200 in 2019, 1,000 in 2020. Why didn't he get 1,000? He only played 14 games. 2021, another 1,100 yards, 752. Why did he not get 1,000 in 2022? He only played 10 games, 1,200 in 2023. What was the problem? I mean, 1,243 in 2023. What do we know about this dude? When he's healthy. Do we need tape to know this? The tape, the film, the box scores. They all tell the same story. And you get the truth when you look at all three of them. I don't need tape on Keenan Allen. I've watched him over the years. Stu's been in the league since 2013. Man, it's doggone 2025. Many of us have seen this dude play. And when we've seen him play against us, we've seen him play against other teams. Keenan has been a monster. The only thing anybody can say about him in San Diego, the LA Chargers, look at his health. He didn't play his first complete season until 2016. Obviously, 15 in 2013, 14 in 2014, 8 in 2015, 1 in 2016. 2017 through 2019, healthy. 2020, injury. 2022, injury. 2023, injury. This is probably why San Diego finally said, and on probably the top of that contract, they finally said enough's enough. They probably said enough's enough. But he killed it in 2023. 13 games, 1,243 yards. He went off. He went absolutely off. Look at his touchdowns. Now, I do find this to be a little strange. He hasn't had one season of double-digit touchdowns. He hasn't had one season of double-digit touchdowns. That's kind of crazy. I never even knew that until I just looked at it. He's never had a season of double-digit touchdowns. At least not through the air. But other than that, I mean, we kind of know what he is. I mean, we know what Keenan Allen is. The only thing that this has got to be is a business issue. It has to be a business issue. But again, if you're someone who's really paying attention to some of this stuff, let's think about it as it is. If I'm somebody looking at Keenan Allen and he's talking about he wants to get paid X amount of dollars, $15 million a season, do you ask yourself this question? Or do you say, this man hasn't played one full season since 2021. Is that a concern for you? Is that a concern? I'm just saying. He hasn't played a full season since 2021. I don't know, but again, the $1 million question is simple. Why is no one else looking at him? Why is no one else looking at him? Now, on the backside here, let me correct myself on this. He did have double-digit touchdowns in 2018 because it looks like he had – wait, hold on a second. Oh, no, I don't correct myself. I was looking at the wrong category. I thought he might have had a rushing touchdown, but he didn't. But he hasn't had double-digit touchdowns. I don't know if that's a big deal to anybody. He hasn't had double-digit touchdowns, but I can also look at his stats and tell this, even though he hasn't had double-digit touchdowns, and when I look at the yards, he's been very productive. I mean, when you look at his average per reception, these are crazy numbers. They're all double-digit. 10.7, 11.4, 11.5, 10.6. Them some crazy numbers, man. So again, all of that, you still got to keep asking the question. It's not about the Cowboys. Why hasn't anybody else picked him up? It's crazy to me. And I'm just saying, it's crazy to me. Angie the Rebel Chicks, appreciate you. Angie. No. Let me tell you about Jonathan Mingo. Jerry Jones is high on Jonathan Mingo. At least from what it sounds like according to what Bobby Belt said. This was one of the clashes that Jerry had with Mike McCarthy. And I said this during the season. I could tell, I didn't have to hear nothing from Bobby Belt. I could listen to Mike McCarthy in the press, and I could tell he was feuding with Jerry Jones. When Mike McCarthy would say, that was him pushing back against Jerry Jones. When he would say, in my opinion, he was talking about what he thought versus what was going on. Jerry wanted Mike McCarthy to get the ball to Jonathan Mingo. But because we had Cooper Rush, and the only thing he could throw is the quick 5-yard pass, anything past 10 yards was a liability. Someone turned me on to this about Jonathan Mingo. I went back and looked at tape on it. If you look at Jonathan Mingo at Ole Miss, what is he? A down-the-field receiver. Man, you got to pick and choose with Cooper Rush going down the field. He's a liability. Cooper Rush was a liability going down the field. So we're not going to know what Jonathan Mingo is. Angie, don't get it twisted on Jonathan Mingo. They're high on Jonathan Mingo. He was on their draft board the year before. They are expecting Jonathan Mingo to excel. But also, if you go back and look at Ole Miss, because this was one of the things I looked at, he wasn't what I call a number 2 receiver at Ole Miss. So with Jonathan Mingo, you're looking at probably a number 3. But a great number 3 if he could turn out to be a number 3. When you talk about the size, the speed of Jonathan Mingo, you would love to have Jonathan Mingo as a number 3. You would love to have him as a number 3 because at the end of the day, I'll take Mingo over Tolbert if he can show me something. Because I'm going to be honest with you. Angie, we know what Tolbert is. I don't need to see nothing else on Tolbert. Tolbert's ceiling is not very high. And that's not knocking him, but his ceiling is just not very high. Can he play in this league? Yes. But is the ceiling high? No. No. At least it's from what I've seen. I don't think Tolbert's ceiling is high. It doesn't mean he doesn't have room to grow. I don't see the ceiling as high. I got to see more of Jonathan Mingo to know what he is. Now, this one right here, I love this question too. Appreciate this super chat. She said, and why not develop Trey instead of wasting another forward? Now, I'm very interested to see the thing with Trey Lance. I'm gonna do a video on Trey Lance in the near future. And the reason why Trey Lance, we need to revisit Trey Lance. The Cowboys offered Trey Lance a deal. This is the thing that blew my mind when Mike Fisher talked about this. The Cowboys offered Trey Lance a deal, y'all. Trey Lance turned it down. Trey Lance wanted to go into free agency and see what the market was for him. And as of now, these guys on 105.3 The Fan, our local station around here in Dallas, I don't know exactly where they got the information. Excuse me. But they said that there was no market for Trey Lance. And I'm absolutely shocked because I thought that there might have been a team that would have been maybe say, let's take a chance on it. And from what they're saying, and I don't know where they got this from, they're saying that the only thing that people were willing to offer Trey Lance, offer Trey Lance was a third string quarterback. That was the only thing they were giving him a chance for. That's the only thing. So Trey Lance, the Cowboys wanted to keep him. He wanted to go test free agency. And maybe that made the Cowboys not too happy because it looks like the Cowboys are moving on. They're saying they're going to draft a quarterback. Because I can tell you now, the Cowboys are lying to us. And I knew the Cowboys were lying to us, Angie. They were talking about how much confidence they had in Cooper Kupp. No, they didn't. Not Cooper Kupp. Cooper Rush. No, they didn't. If the Cowboys had confidence in Cooper Rush, he'd be back already. Cowboys don't want no more Cooper Rush. They don't want no more Cooper Rush. I could be totally wrong, but their actions are showing it. They don't want no more Cooper Rush. But Trey Lance wouldn't necessarily surprise me. But again, Trey Lance, let me pull it up right here. That's what I was trying to see. Angie, I don't know if you saw this. Let me show y'all this so I can make sure you know I'm telling you what I know. Cowboys contract offer to Dak Prescott backup Trey Lance gets stunning reaction update. Here's the scoop. Trey Lance was approached late in the season by the Cowboys front office and was presented with an offer of a contract extension. I actually thought Trey Lance looked pretty decent. I thought he looked pretty good in the Washington game. I did. I thought he looked pretty good. I did. I thought he looked pretty good. I thought he would have got another. I thought he would have got an offer from someone. I did. I thought he would have got an offer, but he didn't. I can't explain it. I just can't explain it. But he didn't get the offer. So now it's all about if the Cowboys say, hey, Trey Lance, circle the block. What do you mean circle the block? Hey, circle the block. Nobody wants you. Maybe they would bring him back and put another couple of years into him and then get that backup wide. Because I don't think they should. If it was me, honestly, if I was the Cowboys, I would not get a backup quarterback in this draft. You paid Dak Prescott too much money. Man, we're not thinking about a backup quarterback from the draft. If you want to give Dak Prescott a backup quarterback, go in this. Who's available in free agency? I would get somebody in free agency. Again, Jameis Winston, he would be good for 3 or 4 games. If you think that Dak Prescott is going to be upright for the most part, Jameis Winston would be a very good insurance policy. But I wouldn't waste a player on a quarterback right now because Dak Prescott's got a 4-year deal. I would get the quarterback after the first 2 years of Dak's deal. Get the quarterback in the 3rd year of Dak's deal. Start developing them. And if things don't turn out, then you got your back. You got your starting quarterback. And if I'm replacing Dak Prescott, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not trying to be the quarterback guru and say, okay, let's go again in the 4th or the 5th. No. If I'm replacing Dak Prescott, I'm going in the 1st round. I'm replacing Dak Prescott with a 1st-round quarterback. I am. It's just the bottom line. So that wouldn't be for me until 2027. That's where I would try to start getting a Dex replacement. But other than that, I'm not wasting a quarterback in this draft. The Cowboys still need a lot of capital. A lot of capital. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. So we're going to be back tomorrow at Sunday. It's already 4 hours in. I don't want to take you guys any further. So what we're going to do, we're going to come back tomorrow, and we're going to start out with Brian Broaddus. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate, man, the support. I appreciate all the support, all the super chats. Man, much love to all y'all. AJ, Jigga Man, Hoodie Kush, Mills, Rufus, Dominique, Angie, multiples. You're in my top 5 supporters. I'm telling you, I don't know if anybody else told you that. Skeptical Fan, Poobie D, Neo, Showtime. Man, Robert M, boy, you came through with the gold tonight. $100, man. Boy. To God be the glory, man. I pray he bless you 10 times over, and all of y'all the same way. But again, Cowboys Nation, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We're going to start off, again, tomorrow, if I come on. It's a long day for me on Sunday, but again, if I come on, it'll probably be a little bit later. But if I come on, we'll open up with Brian Broaddus. But if not, I'll open up Monday with Brian Broaddus. But if you don't see me on tomorrow on live stream, don't you worry. I'll have plenty of videos coming tomorrow. I shouldn't say plenty. You'll still see me on some videos, giving you some more information on players and things of that nature. But again, appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Continue to grow this channel. Y'all keep pushing this channel out there. Hit those like buttons on the way out. Tell you this, you're listening to one of God's own, and I'm proud of it. And may God be the glory. Again, until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, we talk facts. Peace.